Testing one. Testing one, two.
2019 when we did the ladies tour, and Sine Luce tossed the coin. It landed vertical in the crack in the pit.
Just landing?
captain is going to toss the coin. Call from send run with some of his heads. Is the head. So Dragons are going to have a bowl today. So right, we can have the right. We just send around. Get a couple of words with you. Thank you. That'd be great. In terms of so send around with Sami from the Auto Investments. Dragons won the toss. Decided to have a ball first.
Yeah, looks a slightly used wicket. Just gonna try chase down something. Probably against the grain a little bit, but yeah, that's a decision we've made.
And last game of the season for you guys, in fact for both teams. Log position really up for grabs here potentially, and your side it even could get up to potentially 5th position depending on other results.
Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately, we're in the situation we're in through a few inconsistent performances, and so as it goes like that. Could have had the rub with the green here or there, but it didn't quite go away. And yeah, we'll be up for it today. One last game together for the season, so yeah, the boys are up and raring to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Senran, for speaking to us, and all the best for the game today. And Clyde, team captain here for the Gbets Rocks. Clyde, what would you have done had you won the toss?
I think it's a used wicket, so I think we were looking to have a bat first either way. So happy with that decision. Hopefully it crumbles and pick up harder to bat up.
Okay, it was good. Your position as well. You've managed to secure 7th position on the log at worst, and this is a position, a match for log position here. So all the best from that point of view. It's meant you have secured Division 1 next season already.
Yeah, I mean I think that was the goal. Leading up to the season is to make sure that that's secure. Yeah, I think like Sen said, a couple of decisions here and there throughout the season that you can kind of look at, but I mean we are where we are now, so we're just looking to have a good game today and hopefully get a victory at the end of the season.
Wishing you all the best for the game today, and hope it goes well for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all from the toss. Just with the news here that the Auto Investments Dragons have won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Als we just zitten er zo.
No, when you, yeah.
John split these look out, does.
Good afternoon and welcome to Buildup Park here in Paarl for the match between the home team, the Gbets Rocks, and the Auto Investments Dragons from the northwest. And into the middle we have already here umpires Dennis Smith and Sibonelo Gaza, and joining them in the middle are the two batters from the Rocks team, and that is Adrian du Toit and Captain Clyde Fortuyn, just waiting for the Northwest Dragons, the Auto Investments Northwest Dragons, to make their way out into the middle. And with me today, Mubin Mohammed. Hello, Mubin.
Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon to all the viewers, all the listeners. It's great to be here this afternoon here at Buildup Park in Paarl on this overcast Sunday afternoon. It's always great to be in your company, James. Looking forward to this contest today.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Mubin, great to be here with you this afternoon. Beautiful day here in the Cape. It is really one of the most picturesque grounds that you could possibly want to play cricket at. The beautiful Kruit Drakensberg Mountains off to our left-hand side as we look from the northern end of this ground, the Nederburg end, down towards the old stables end, the southern end of the ground, and is umpire Gaza standing at this, the northern end, umpire Dennis Smith standing at the southern end of the ground, as we see the team from the northwest being led out onto the field by their captain Senaran Mujasamy. And earlier in the day, at the toss, it was Senaran Mujasamy who called heads, and heads it was, and he decided to have a ball first. Captain Clyde Fortuyn of the Gbets Rocks saying that he would have batted anyway first on this, what is a used surface, and it was used on Friday evening for the match between Western Province, that is the World Sports Betting Western Province, and the Gbets Rocks. And in that match, the Rocks are losing that match by 63 runs. A very good win it was on Friday night at home for the Auto Investments Dragons against the Warriors. And to open the bowling, it is going to be Kerwin Mungrew from the southern end of the ground. Oh, and my goodness, Clyde Fortuyn has a go at that with an oblique bat outside the off stump, right to from the word go, and he's certainly not holding back, taken behind by the keeper Mikael Prince, and a man who comes from this part of the world. Mikael Prince, Mubin?
Absolutely, Mikael Prince, an old Ronnebosch boy. You are correct, and he's from the Cape, so yeah, he's a bit of a homeboy here, coming back home.
Yeah, very much integral part now of this Northwest Dragons team, as it's Mungrew again towards us now. And that is edged, and it's
taken.
Is it taken or not? No, it's well stopped, it must be said, by Vian Libber in the slip position, just bounced in front of him. What an outstanding effort from him, but I think just going to the right of him.
Yeah, just going to the right. Ball landed just in front of him for a moment. James, we thought that it was a catch, but unfortunately it just stopped short. And at least Vian Libber saved a certain boundary at least there. You know, had it not gone through for a catch, it would have probably gone through a whole boundary.
Did indeed save a certain boundary. There's no third man, which is very interesting. In fact, first up here, go through that field for you now, and that's gone to the man who's in the deep, out on the boundary at backward point, and we'll try and identify the fielder for you. Looks like it might be Ruben Herman. Well, no, it's Reinhard van Tonder, in fact, out there in the deep, and van Tonder just pulls that one in. We've got the pictures back in front of us now as well, which is great. So one without loss. Mungrew now bowling to the left-handed Adrian du Toit. Du Toit, who was drafted into the team halfway through the season, really put a couple of really good performances together for his club team here, I think in Paarl, his club team, and was caught up into the team, and he's been quite impressive in terms of his strike rate and the runs that he's scored so far, and he will be opening the batting here with Mungrew towards us again. That's tickled nicely out into the leg side just for the single. Fantona does the fielding once again, this time to the left-hander. He is out in the square leg position, so we've got been an interesting field here because we've got a slip, we've got a sort of backward gully almost, or even a short third on the edge of the ring. It is probably more like a short third. Man at backward point on the boundary, or 10 metres in from the boundary. We've got extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a man short at 45 on the leg side. Another good delivery outside the line of the off stump to Fortuin, 2 without loss.
Yeah, good over there from Kerwin Mungaroo. Well, in fact, there's still one delivery
Still
still to
one
go.
left.
Still one, sorry, beg your pardon, one ball to go. But just James to touch on, see Kerwin's getting some nice swing
He
here.
is getting some nice movement away from the batter, the right-handed Fortuin, and that was evident in that edge that he got, genuine edge that it was down to liver at first slip beyond liver. Not captaining the team today, it is Senaran Mutusami. That's neatly played out to Langley, who is at backward, or that short third position. Mungaroo nearly getting success in that first over, and very interesting first over that we've seen there. So we've been just to run through some of the scenarios here for these two teams, both of them not in contention for a semi-final slot, so it's their last game of the season, so we're really expecting a fun game today.
Absolutely. I think I'm sure both coaches will be telling the players just to go out there and enjoy it, and sort of just play with no fear and no worries today, because there's nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And I think as we spoke about this off air, James, I think today's a bit of a battle of the basement of the two teams at the bottom end of the log, unfortunately, but we're still in here for a good contest.
Well, I like that one, Mubin, battle of the basement. I'm sure that the teams up there won't be that happy with that. But yeah, as you said, so both teams here, in fact, there could be a change in log position. In fact, there will probably be a change in log position should the Gbets Rocks win this match today. With the bonus point, definitely, they will then get through. That's a lovely shot there from Clyde Fortuin. Gets the applause from the crowd that has come in here, looking like they're enjoying the afternoon under the shade of the trees off to our left-hand side, and a few people in the grandstand. And that's a very good shot first up off the spin of Vian Libber. So just to give you an idea here, the Dragons, if they do win with the bonus point and Western Province lose today in their match that they're playing at Newlands against the Titans, then they will actually go into 5th position on the log. If the Rocks win with the bonus point, they will finish 6th. If they don't, they won't move above the Dragons. So if they don't get the bonus point, their net run rate is such that they won't get a bonus point. That's played nicely into the mid-wicket area. Looks like Gideon Peters there that does the fielding. It is indeed. And there is no run. And we are, it's played nicely by Fortuin down the ground. It's Duan Janssen here in front of us. Impossible to miss him on the field.
Absolutely, yeah. He's absolutely huge, and a huge frame cannot be missed on the field. Just James, touching on the scores today,
Yeah.
we've always seen that at Boland Park, it's always a slow pitch,
Yeah.
and the spinners get a lot of turn here. It's always a system. So, what would you say would be a good total today at Boland Park today?
Well, I think if one of these teams could get up and around the par score for sort of average score for teams batting first, it would be a good score. We'll look at that now. And just goes perhaps on a little bit with the arm there from Libber. He's going to be looking at getting this ball to just drift away from the left-hander. Toy not playing that one very convincingly at all, the off-spin of Libber. That one's much better, played straight back to the bowler. I think, we look at the averages, and I think 140 is a good score on this pitch generally. Western Province obviously on Friday, not obviously, but on Friday did very well there, and they did manage to get a very good total, over the 170 mark. And so I think, just looking at it, the average for the first innings in a day game is 137. Average for a day-night game is 152. So overall, the average batting first 147 here at Paul in a T20 game.
and it's 8 for naught now after 2 overs.
So I think James, more or less between 140 and 150 would be a good par total here.
It would be a good score, and that's a very defendable score. We saw Western Province defending easily as the Rocks were bowled out for 110 on Friday night, should I say. So I think somewhere in that region, if the Rocks are going to get there, they'll be very happy with that. And the most important thing for them, which is what they haven't been able to do most of the season, is to actually get a good opening partnership. And they've got Sean von Berg coming in at 3. That's a ploy they've used in the last few games, which has been quite successful for them. They are in no danger now of losing that 7th position on the log, and they've secured, as we were chatting to Clyde Fortuyn at the toss, they've secured their future in Division 1 for next year. So it's a change of bowling. Dwayne Jansen coming in left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Clyde Fortuyn, and he just has another go at that one outside the off stump. No contact.
No contact. It's good to see the big man bowling here. Obviously the brother of Marco Jansen. So yeah, James, nice to see the big man here in action today. Starts off nicely. And yeah, after 2.1 overs, it's currently 8 for naught here. And the Gbets Rocks against the Auto Investment Dragons, James.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting contest. 2 teams that are very evenly matched. Oh my goodness. That's another go at that one. That one a bit short of a length, and yeah, it did nip back quite a bit into the right-handed Clyde Fortuyn, captain of the Gbets Rocks. So it's all happening here.
It's all happening, James. Bit of nip there. Jansen putting the ball in the right areas here, James.
Well, maybe that nip is what's been in the air. You know, it's been a bit cool here in Cape Town the last couple of days, and as they were out here in Paarl today, not as warm as it normally is here, but it's a beautiful afternoon for cricket. And that's what he was trying to do before. It's gone over the man at short third. It's going to short fine. It's going to come down here to the boundary in front of us, in fact to the left of us for 4. And I say if you go, you got to go hard. Really.
Absolutely, you have to go hard. And unfortunately, Dwayne Jansen just concedes 4 runs there, and a great stroke there on the batsman.
He got a little bit lucky that it didn't go straight up in the air, but he got enough edge on it. It certainly wasn't the stroke that he was trying to play. He wanted to get more on it, to go well over the head of that man at short fine leg. And he did in fact get it over his head in the end. The score now 12 without loss in the 3rd over. So power play here, very important. Time of accumulation does come in the sort of middle overs, if you want to call it that, between sort of the 6th and the 15th over. You can accumulate runs if you can get in on this wicket. It's very important to do that. Over the wicket now, sorry, round the wicket now to Fortuyn. It's beautifully played through the covers. I think that might beat the fielder who's chasing it in the deep. It's not actually going to beat him. Yes, it does just beat him. Very long run there for Reynard Fantonda, and he certainly stretched his legs to try and get to that one, but just couldn't get there.
Textbook cover drive there for Clyde Fortuyn. Excellent shot, and Dwayne Jansen unfortunately gets punished for 4 runs.
So 15 now for 11 deliveries for Clyde Fortuyn. Really good shot it was, and he didn't try and hit it too hard. I think that was the sort of secret there. He just hit it hard enough, didn't he? Just hard enough.
Just hard enough. He did. And the score goes to 16 for naught here after 2.4 overs.
So just to give you an idea of the teams, the team from the Northwest are unchanged coming into this from their victory against the Warriors on Friday night. And that he's gone over the top of the man at mid-on. As he made it over the top, he has indeed. It lands just pitches and stops, but not before they get through for 2. So Clyde Fortuyn not hanging around at all today.
Not hanging out at all. He's going all out in attack, and he's trying to score as quickly as possible here, James.
He is trying to just get that run rate up, and that's proven already that he's been able to do that. Not quite sure. We'll try and figure out who those fielders are out in the deep. But we'll see 18 now without loss. So it was 8-10 conceded already off the over from Jansen. He's got 1 ball left, and he's towards us now. Around the wicket, the left-hander. Oh, has a full go at that one as well. And had he connected, that would have gone, I think, miles high and probably onto the banks here at this beautiful cricket ground here. So after 3, it's 18 without loss. That's an easy calculation if you're trying to do runs per over. 6 runs and over, yeah. knows his times tables, does Nabeen Mohammed.
Yeah.
So 3 times 6 is 18. 8, 6, listen to me. 3 times 6 is 18, so do the division, it's just as easy.
3 times 6 is 18, definitely, James. And there we see the lovely, it's a bit of a small crowd here today, but they've come out. It's the Boland Park faithful here, as you can see in picture. Nice to see them here on this cool afternoon here in Boland Park in Paul.
Yeah, and there's going to be a very important cricket match happening, looks like, on the field next to us here. It'll be cricket or football, I'm not sure. As we are going to see a bowling change from this end, and it is going to be Kerwin Mungru bowled the first over, only conceded 3 off that first over, and was Dwan Janssen very expensive in that last over, 10 off at 18 now, without loss after 3, and you can see how Clyde Fontaine has dominated the strike. He's faced 14 of the deliveries so far, 17 he's got with 3 boundaries. Kerwin Mungru, long-time servant of South African cricket here towards us, and that's just tickled down the leg side by Du Toit. He won't get a run there, the man at short. Fine fields that, and that is Lesiba Ngwepe.
Yeah, James, just touching on Kerwin Mungru, he reminds me a lot of Victor Pitsang with his action and his height, the way he bowls. I'm not sure if anyone can pick that up. I've picked it up. I think he looks very much in that same mold, action, the way he bowls and everything, even the speeds.
Could well be. I'll have a bit of a look at him now, and he's got a nice action. That's a full go at that one that he has again, and I don't know if he got anything on that. No, he didn't, and just evades Mikael Prince. It's buys, so they don't mind how they come, as long as they do come. So 4 buys there, and that one swung quite prodigiously after it actually went past the bat. I think perhaps surprised the wicketkeeper Mikael Prince. It was very interesting. His brother Ishmael Prince involved in a club tournament that we were involved in, both of us a week or 2 ago, and playing for Victoria, I think it was. No, maybe I'm wrong with the club, but he's also a wicketkeeper batter, a very good wicketkeeper batter playing club cricket. He's the older brother. That's very nicely played once again by Du Toit, but that's straight out to the man at deep backwards square. That's Caleb Seleka does the fielding. Thank you very much, Mubin, for that.
Yeah, Caleb Seleka just cutting off that boundary there. It was firmly struck. Just saving the boundary there. And just Kerwin Mungru to continue here.
I think it's good that they're managing to rotate the strike here. Du Toit only on 2 so far, but certainly Fontaine's been the aggressor. Oh, tries to ramp that one, and you can understand why. He's got both the 2 men in short behind the wicket. Third and fine leg are both in short on the edge of the circle. That's just trying to see who those fielders are. Let me. So the one is Clay, I think it is, number 97, and the other one on the other side. Not quite sure who that is. Could well be. I think it is Lesiba Ngwepe that is on that on the other side. Who was at third is now at fine leg for the left-hander. So 24, 6 off this over so far. Still the 2 deliveries to go. Mungru away from us now. Oh, it's also nicely played off the toes, but it'll just be the 1 down to that man Seleka, down at backward square. So pretty much going to plan for the Rocks at the moment. Perhaps they would want a little bit more than 6 and over, but they haven't lost a wicket yet.
They haven't lost a wicket. That's the most important thing, James. And also, they've started nicely here. It's not too slow. It's not too. Oh, here we go back to Mungru's own.
Yeah, he's on his way in now. Oh, it's beautifully played, and that is going to go all the way. It does. It goes onto the grass bank. So that's the first maximum of the innings. What a good shot that was from Clyde Fontaine. Just opens his shoulders inside out, and wow, what a shot. Let's look at that again. Beauty.
Fantastic shot here by Clyde Fontaine, going over the top. freeing those hands, and terrific 6 there.
He just took the one. It was by no means too over pitch, but he just gave himself room, inside out, over extra cover for 6, and what a fantastic maximum, giving some exercise there for umpire Dennis Smith. Dennis Smith. No, it wasn't. Sorry, umpire Garza on this side, who had to keep his feet on the ground and reach for the sky with that one. My goodness, really was fantastic stuff. And that takes them to 31. That over going for 13, so it's very expensive. Second over by Kerwin Mungru, and 31 without loss. A very good start here by the Rocks. A change of bowling again. I think this is Peters from the southern end of the ground. That's the old stables end. Gideon Peters. Saw him in a first-class match. The Dragons, the Auto Investments Dragons, played against the WSB Western Province team earlier in the season, and certainly impressed me with his enthusiasm. He comes into the wicket very fast. He's a quick bowler. Not sure whether he's got any changes of pace. Certainly didn't display those in the 4-day match. We'll have a look at it now and see what he has got that he might have in his armoury here. Gideon Peters gets close to the stumps, and that's not hit with any kind of force. You heard the clunk as it came off the bat. It's not a nice sound. You always feel for the batter when that happens. You think, oh, that's, my hands have just been like shocked when that happens.
Yeah, most importantly, he's just got the single, and they're rotating the strike nicely here, James.
They are indeed, and he's definitely doing his job here, Adrian Dutoy. He's got 4 off 10, so perhaps not the strike rate he'd be looking for, but his partner at the other end batting at 150 strike rate. He doesn't have to have the strike rate at the moment. 32 without loss. That is way wide, and in fact that is going to be signalled as a no ball. It is so high and so wide, it has been signalled as a no ball, and that is going to be a free hit. So first extra conceded by Peters off his bowling, and it is a no ball. It was way out of reach of the batter. In fact, I think if Clyde Fortuyn had been twice as tall as he is, he perhaps wouldn't have got to that one. It was so high.
I think we were all surprised there by Gideon Peters with that bouncer.
It was.
That extra bounce.
Certainly got a bit of extra effort in that one. And that's gone out the ground. That's a beautiful shot. My word, that is halfway up the banks on the Drakensberg side of this ground to our left. Wow. He made full toll of that no ball, didn't he? My goodness, that free hit went a long way.
Cracking stroke there, and he gets punished. That free hit goes all the way for 6.
Sure. And it's just turning into a big over now so far. So 8 off it and still 3 balls to come. Oh, it's beautifully played over the offside. It's 1 bounce forward. He makes some room again. Over the offside does Clyde Fortuyn, and we were talking about the guys having a bit of fun. Well, he's having plenty of fun out there.
He's having plenty of fun. He's letting loose, and he is joining the party here today. We've just seen a fantastic 6, and now a terrific 4 as well, James.
I'll tell you something, if ever there was the right time to play There Was a Nawe song, it was definitely now. And that's for sure. That was an incredible shot over extra cover. And now he tries to play it through the leg side, but he gets away with that. I think he's going to ask for a new bat here. Sounds like. I wonder if he is asking for a new bat or gloves. He was waving. Sounded very, very crack-like when that came off the bat.
He went full hard at that. Unfortunately, just the timing was a little out there.
Was. His partner at the other end has been watching this display from Clyde Fortuyn. 35 of 20 deliveries. It's incredible stuff from the captain. Batting at 175 strike rate. That's very nicely played by Adrian Dutoy. He gets in on the act as well now. That one wide, down the leg side, just picks it up over the man at short fine. And that goes down to the boundary for 4 as well. Really good shot as well.
Good shot, and he gets punished there. Just going a little bit wide around his pads and legs areas, and he gets punished for 4 there. Unfortunately, James, that over was very expensive from Gideon Peters, the youngster.
17 off that over, and that is not what his captain Senaran Mutasamy would have wanted from the paceman. as it is Mangru to continue from this, the northern end of the ground, the Niederberg end, and he's going to be bowling to this man who's on fire today, Clyde Fortuyn, 35 off 20. Mubin.
He's been absolutely amazing today, and for the Auto Investment Dragons, they need to pick up a wicket here desperately and break this partnership.
They do indeed. Oh, and that was well bowled on the line of the middle and off stump, and trying to make some room again, but I think Mangru saw him coming, just held it back slightly, and it was good bowling from the Auto Investments Dragons paceman, but it has been the Rocks here, opening pair, crushing these Dragons at the moment.
Crushing them indeed. As we look at the run rate currently, it's just under 10, 9.6, so the Gbets Rocks are scoring here very nicely, and I think, James, they're playing nice and freely here with no worries, I think, today.
Absolutely right, so that whole sort of Damocles of relegation is gone. They don't have that hanging over their heads, and they can express themselves, and that's exactly what you want the batters to do in a T20 match. Pitch does look dry. Oh, that was up in the air, but he might be out this time. That's not going to go over the boundary, and it is. Adrian du Toit is well taken there on the boundary, and I'm not sure. Didn't see who the fielder was there. Mubin, we'll have a look now, but it could be either Vion Libo. No, it's not. Let's have a look at that. Who that might be out there on the boundary. We'll see now. It's Ruben Herman who took that catch. He's been their top batter this season. So it is Adrian du Toit who has to go, trying to lift that one over the leg side. He just got a leading edge, or say a top edge on that one, high up in the air. But Ruben Herman takes a very good catch, and Adrian du Toit has to go. 8 of 12 he got.
8 of 12. And moments ago, James, I was just chatting to you about they desperately need a wicket. And there's the wicket from Kerwin Mangru. And well taken on the boundary there by the fielder on the boundary. Ruben Herman, terrific catch there. And the new man to the crease, James. We've just spoken about it, Sean van Berg. He's been employed in, and we put in at number 3. And I think they've continued their trend here now, with Sean coming in at 3 again.
Well, it's worked really well for them. If you just consider that he has, so far, if you just look at his numbers, have been really outstanding. I mean, he has, he's 8th in the averages for the season so far. Got an average of 35, 175 runs, so only been dismissed on 5 occasions for the average of 35. He really has done well for them coming in at 3, and that seems to have really revived their fortunes with the bat. They were having a terrible tournament at one stage. We're down there in 8th position. It was looking very difficult for them, but a couple of good wins that they had. One over the Warriors and the other over the Tuskers last week. As there's Mangru away from us again. And that is... he should have been out then. I can't believe that. That is... Oh, that's gone down and off without scoring. It could have been 2 wickets in 2, and Klenkler puts that one down. Bamanya Klenkler, I mean, that is, yeah. How do you drop those?
Those are bread and butter catches. As the saying always goes, catches win your matches, James. And unfortunately on that occasion, just, we don't want to say, but dreadful fielding there, James. It was dreadful fielding. Unfortunately, just could not take that catch, could not hold on.
And that was really a bread and butter catch. Just can't believe that he put that one down. He can't believe it either. Hands on knees. He really must be berating himself now. That's beautifully bowled from Mangru, and Van Berg though threw easily for the single, and Fortuyn that drop catch when they went through for the single also brought up the 50 for the team from Paarl. Gbets Rocks moving to that 50 off just 5.3 overs, so they're batting at a rate at the moment of 9 runs to the over, so the 50 coming off 5.3 overs after the wicket fell with the score on 49 after 5.2 overs. So Sean van Berg's first contribution was to get that run. He's facing up to Mangru now. And that one is just signalled, I think, as 1 for the over. And there are still is still 1 ball left in the over. So it's been a much better over this from Mungru. His first over went for 3, second over went for 9, and he's so far just conceded the 3 in this over.
And picking up the wicket most importantly, so he's come back nicely, James.
Classic, yeah, fast bowler stuff, coming back really well, and that was a very good bouncer. Just the 1 for the over. He's only allowed 1 in the over. We haven't adopted the IPL rules here for this tournament. And that's beautifully played over the top by the man, just into the gap there as Fantonda comes in from deep square and fields, and they're through for 1. I wouldn't say I said beautifully played, perhaps not beautifully, but played in the Sean von Berg style, let's call it that. He manages to sort of work the ball around. He's very good on the hook shot, good with anything short. That one not that short, but he managed to get it over the inner ring and not in any danger of getting caught by that man at deep backward square. 52 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, the Sean van Berg style, as James said, he's a powerful striker, James.
He is a powerful striker with the ball.
He's someone who hits the ball very long and very hard as well. And he'll be on strike here. And the new man into the attack is Sinoran Mutasami.
Well, that's the power play done. 52 without loss off the power play. So at this stage, just a tad short of 9 runs and over, 8.66666 recurring, if you know your maths. So yeah, 8.7 it says on the scoreboard, can't argue with that. Plays that reverse sweep really well as well, and that one though is well fielded by Kleinkley here in front of us, and they just take the single, so brings Clyde Fortuyn back on strike.
There was good fielding there for Kleinkley there, coming back nicely.
He did come back nicely after that drop catch in the previous over. Mutasami again, and that one appeal for leg before wicket, but I think he had his leg well, front leg firmly outside the off stump, so may even have, no, he didn't hit it. Umpire Dennis Smith signalling that that was a leg bye.
Indeed, it's a leg bye. The captain Mutasami, let's see if he can pick up a wicket here.
That's just nicely played by von Berg. I don't think they'll get 2 there. Von Berg's interested, but it's certainly not any interest for Clyde Fortuyn, as he'll be on strike. But von Berg very, very strong in into the leg side, as it is the spinner Mutasami is going to be coming in again, bowling his left arm orthodox spin. That's taken from outside the off stump, and that's a beautiful shot. His 3rd maximum of the innings, and this time he has got umpire Dennis Smith standing his ground and reaching for the sky there. My goodness, that was a shot and a half.
What a shot from Clyde Fortuyn. Excellent 6 there. And Mutasami gets punished for 6.
It does indeed, and the left arm spinner just maybe pitching that one too straight. Clyde Fortuyn taking full toll of that, and he's moved into the 40s like lightning. 43 off 24. He's absolutely shooting the lights out today here at Bourland Park at his home ground. Clyde Fortuyn goes for it again. That's a big appeal again, but I do think he's got his leg again outside the line of the off stump. Another leg bye signalled, so he's trading leg buys. These two are trading leg buys with shots over the infield. If the pattern's going to be repeated now, Sean van Berg's going to hit a 6 next ball.
Well, I won't be surprised here. Let's just have a look what Sean does. He's definitely looking around.
He is looking around. There are men out in the deep now, with it being the 2nd power play, and he's just playing it neatly into the leg side. Ruben Herman will do the fielding, and they're in. They go through for that single. So end of the over from Senoran Mutasami. It went for 11, and it is now 63 for the loss of 1. The 1 wicket to fall. Adrian du Toit, after 5.2 overs, score on 49 it was, and he was caught well by Herman in the deep ball that had gone up really high into the air, and he scored 8 off 12 deliveries that you can see there. 63 for 1 of the Gbets Rocks versus the Auto Investments Dragons, and so far it's been a very good start for the men from Paarl.
Indeed, it's been a good start from the Gbets Rocks here. 63 for 1 and going nicely. And we see that man at the top there, Clyde Fontaine. He's been the destructive man today so far, James.
He has indeed. He's been really rocking here for the Rocks. 43 off 25. And that is outstanding stuff for him. A strike rate of close to 170 for him. As it is going to be the spin of Caleb Seleka bowling from this, the Niederberg end. Thank you very much. See, I have a, so you don't have any hesitation on the air here. If I don't say it, then Mubin says it. Yeah, so he'll be wanting to keep it a bit tight here. The last 3 overs that we've had, all gone for significant amounts of runs. And that first over from Peter's 17, Mutasami went for 11. And Seleka is keeping it tight here. Just a single and a dot for his first 2 deliveries. Dot balls in T20 cricket are like gold.
It's always like gold. Any dot ball in T20 cricket, James.
Yeah. Limit the dot balls. As a batting team, you're going to get a good score. The more dot balls you get, clearly, as a bowling team, the better it's going to be in terms of restricting the run rate. Seleka's doing a very good job here. First up, the right arm off-break bowler.
And also just to add to that, the pressure always mounts to the batsman as well.
Yes, brings it arm over. May even be a little bit of wrist involved there. So have a closer look at him. I'll put my glasses on him. We're a little bit far away, and even though we can see him on the screen, difficult to pick up that arm movement necessarily. We'll have a look at Seleka, 6 bowler to be used so far. Yeah, he looks like he may be maybe a bit of wrist spin. We'll have a look at Caleb Seleka now against Sean van Berg. Yeah, he is bowling wrist spin. That's beautifully played through the offside, but there is protection out in the deep to long off, and that's good running by Clyde Fontaine. Comes back for 2 as Dwan Jansen has to stretch those long legs of his and make his way to his left to field that, and those legs are very long.
That was excellent running there from these two, Van Berg and Fontaine. And they get 2 runs there. Nicely played there, Sean van Berg.
As he quickly moved to 8 of 8. Just plays that one again into the leg side, just accumulating the runs, and that's what he does. And he just keeps the runs going, and Mubin just giving me that like signal that shows, yeah, they're just keeping to rotate the strike.
It's
they're
all
keeping
about keeping
those running runs going. Just if you can't get a boundary, get a single at least. Just don't give away a dot ball.
That's what the coaches teach you at primary school. It's more about just ticking that runs going and keeping that scoreboard ticking all the time.
Yeah.
I think Sean is playing that role nicely. 9 runs with 9 balls. Just keeping every single ball singles going. Getting these 2s and singles.
So 68 for 1 now after 8 overs. And that's very good for the Gbets Rocks. As it's Mutasami continuing, that's played out into the deep. It's going to land safe, though, in front of the man coming in from that deep mid-wicket region. That's Ruben Herman who does the fielding. So they're through for another single. Mutasami, because he had those leg byes in the previous over, just 9 off on his analysis. That's another one. He's gone for it, and that is going to go way, way, way over the head of Ruben Herman. And that means he's now equaled the number of 4s to his number of 6s.
Yep.
And that is fantastic. A 50 for Clyde Fontaine of 29 deliveries, 4 4s, 4 6s, and he has been ruthless today, the captain of the Gbets Rocks. 29 deliveries, and how good has this innings been?
It's been a fantastic innings. That was a fantastic shot there to Castle corner for 6. Now fitting. Comes up with the 50 runs there.
Oh, he just plays that one along the ground to deep mid-wicket. Herman, who saw that previous ball sail over his head onto the grass banks. And remembering there is money on offer here for anybody who catches that ball one-handed in the crowd. And money has been accumulating. No catches taken on Friday night. And we didn't see anybody in the crowd trying to attempt that. That one's in the air, but it's straight from Van Berg. And they'll come back for another 2. As the man at long on is very wide. and that I think is Seleka out there in the deep. Is it Seleka? No, it wasn't Seleka. Just trying to see who that was. Ngwepe out in the deep. Lesibo Ngwepe out in the deep there. And Van Berg once again plays that one to the left of the fielder at mid, sort of at long off, and they'll come through just for the single. That is Vian Libber patrolling the boundary out there. Number 27 on his back. That's wide outside the off stump, but not given as a wide. And it is the end of another centre run. Mutusami over that one, also going for 11 runs. And that massive 6 was hit there by the captain, Clyde Fontaine, taking him to another 50 in this format of the game. And we'll get his numbers for you now in terms of what that means for him, in terms of 50s that he scored. But so far, so good for the team from Paul.
Yeah, they're going very nicely along here. That scoreboard is ticking nicely along. After 9 overs, 79 for 1. And Caleb Seleka into the attack again, into his second over. That first over, James, he was very impressive. He kept it nice and tight and economical.
He did indeed, just a 5 off that first over for him. And that is Sean van Berg. He misses it, and he's been stumped. So he just didn't even bother trying to get back. He was then stumped by Mikael Prince. Prince missing it on the first occasion, but then managing to pick it up, and that does affect the stumping, and that's a wicket for
Caleb Seleka.
Caleb Seleka. A very good wicket for him. Thank you very much, Mubin. And we'll probably watch that one again for that dismissal. And it is, as we do watch that, will take us through this, Mubin.
Yeah, Sean van Berg coming down the crease. Unfortunately, just mistimed the shot. Wouldn't play at all. He was beaten up by the good spin there by Caleb Seleka. And unfortunately for him, he got stumped there by the wicketkeeper, Mikael Prince. And he has to go back to the dressing room there. It was a good small cameo English here from Sean van Berg, but unfortunately could not cash in here. And he has to go for 13 runs.
13 of 13 for Van Berg, and he batting at a run, a ball there, just with the, he didn't hit a boundary, but he managed to rotate the strike very nicely before he was stumped there by Prince off the bowling of Seleka. So Caleb Seleka deserved that wicket, definitely.
Been very impressed by Caleb Seleka.
Yeah.
Getting nice turn, keeping it tight.
Yeah, and that one really did turn a lot. And so much so that in fact Mikael Prince not able to take it cleanly the first time behind the stumps, but fortunately for him, Sean van Berg was so far down the wicket it didn't matter with the stumping, and van Berg had already given up.
He already given up, and he had a second go at it.
He did. Second bite of the cherry,
Ooh,
and he
another
gets
one,
his
another one.
first
Oh.
ball. Oh my goodness,
Goodness.
that's a great delivery from the leggy. He bowls that one on the line of middle and off stump, and it just turns away from Keegan Peterson, and he's on a hat-trick.
Caleb Seleka, excellent bowling here. And Keegan Peterson gets a golden duck here, James.
Yeah.
What a fantastic delivery. We've just seen some turn. And he cleans his stumps up. Awesome stuff here by Caleb Seleka.
Yeah, it is outstanding stuff from him. And that is, not what the Gbets Rocks would have wanted at all. 79 for 2, 79 for 3. Let's have a look at this one now. He pitches that one on the line of middle and off. And it just straightens it to go and just peg back the off stump. A really great delivery from the leg spinner. And that is outstanding stuff. He's on a hat-trick. And the man coming out to face that hat-trick is it Fariska Adams, or is it going to be Aviva Ngujima? It actually does look like Fariska Adams. We'll have to see now. Yeah, it is Fariska Adams definitely coming out to bat here with his captain Clyde Fontaine. Fontaine 51 of 31. Fariska Adams has also been in very good form with the bat. Sorry? Iceman, yeah, the Iceman Fariska Adams. We'll give you the backstory behind that nickname soon. He's coming out to his favourite music, and hopefully he can see off, for the sake of the Gbets Rocks, they're hoping he can see off this hat-trick ball from Caleb Seleka, as there's a new set of gloves for the captain. He deserves those after that 50 that he scored. I say, just trying to get to those numbers as well for that man in the middle, Clyde Fortain, in terms of the number of 50s that he's already scored. I'll get that information for you shortly, but at the moment our focus is completely on Caleb Seleka. He's bringing his field in. They're bringing the man from deep mid-wicket in to a mid-wicket position. He's also got Ronda Swart on the field as a replacement. We'll have to find out who for. That one just isn't in the same spot, and he's managed to just play it into the man short here. I think that's Gideon Peters that is in there at that mid-wicket position. So no run for Fariska Adams initially.
What an over it's been so far. 2 wickets and a dot ball.
And that's very, very nicely played out into the offside. It actually isn't Rena Fantonda, that's Peters is actually in at extra cover. Fantonda now going back out after that initial 2 deliveries to his position at deep mid-wicket.
Ooh,
good bowling here from Caleb Seleka. My goodness, he's been in outstanding form here with the ball in this match so far.
this is really excellent stuff so far. 2 wickets of the over and 3 dot balls. Can he end this over on a real high?
Oh, let's see what he's got in store for us here. He does indeed, and that is a double wicket maiden. Can you believe it? 79 for 1 it was after the end of 9, 79 for 3 it is after the end of 10, and that wicket falling at 79, the first one on the first ball of the over. 79 for 2 it was now, 79 for 3 off the next delivery, and Peterson having to go without scoring after it was Sean von Berg, as we're going to have a change of bowling. 7th bowler now used by the Auto Investments Dragons, Bamanya Kleinkley, who's going to be coming in from the old stables end of the ground. Man who did spend some time here in the Boerland, from my memory.
That's correct. Just something, James. Oh,
he's bowled him!
starts up.
Oh my word, his first delivery, and another wicket falls on 79. Clyde Fortain's leg stump is taken out of the ground, and that new set of gloves certainly didn't help him.
That new set of gloves didn't help him. What a start from Bamanya Kleinkley. First ball, and he's on the money. He cleans his stumps up nicely.
Wow, that one just knocking that leg stump back, and suddenly the complexion of the game has changed completely. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. 2 batters at the wicket that have both not scored, and would you credit it? My word.
James, I was actually just about to touch a point on something, and the wicket came. I just wanted to tell you is, how often do we ever see a double wicket made in T20?
No,
I wonder,
you don't.
for the stats people in South Africa perhaps, is that perhaps maybe the first time it's happened?
It's very rare to see it. I have seen it before, but not necessarily at this kind of level. You know,
Absolutely, and in T20 as well.
T20, it's just it's very, very unusual. You know, you can get it when the guys are really going for the runs, but in this phase of the innings, it just seems completely anathema to anything that you would find. It's fascinating stuff. So cricket the game can just turn on its head like that, and it's exactly what it's done now.
I wonder if Mr. Sampson will look at his stats there and perhaps see if something, we've made a record or something today for them with Caleb Seleka.
Well, maybe he has indeed, but you cannot deny it was a brilliant innings there from the captain Clyde Fortain, wasn't it? 51 off 32 deliveries, so batting at literally 160 strike rate for him, and that's a no ball higher than, I think it was probably higher than waist height. So just asking the question, I think, as to why it was a no ball. Dennis Smith being asked as to why it was a no ball. Actually, looks like it was front foot. Not for height. He's just showing where the front foot landed. There is umpire Dennis Smith, and Kleinkley will have to bowl that one again. Very fortunate that he didn't bowl that one when he took that wicket for the Auto Investments Dragons, and so he's bowled 1 legal delivery. He's taken 1 for 1. Oh my goodness! Has a full go at that one, does Aviwe Ngajima. Just come to the crease. He's there with Fariska Adams, both of them yet to get off the mark.
So I was about to say, this is a very important period for the Gbets Rocks here. It's 2 new batsmen. It's 80 for 4. They've just lost 2 wickets. And James, as you said, this game has just turned around completely. And we have to say, the Auto Investments Dragons are back in this game.
Oh, they are. They were looking dead and buried at 79 for 1. And that one's just chipped up. And he's going to go through for a quick single. So, well judged single in the end there by Aviwe Ngajima. And they go through for that run as it goes down to Ngwepe at mid-on. So 2 right-handers at the crease, and it is Fariska Adams taking leg stump guard to Bamanya Nkwe, and he'll be coming towards us from the old stables end of the ground. And just to, I didn't even get to those numbers for Clyde Fontaine, but I'll... before he got himself out, and Fariska Adams trying hard to get himself out as well here.
Absolutely, but we have to say, for the Auto Investment Dragons, they've come back really nicely here. This is some good stuff from them. They haven't given up, and they're right in this contest here at 10.4 overs so far in this innings. The pressure is all on the Gbets Rocks at the moment, James.
Well, it is now. That was looking like they were just heading for a 160 plus total, and now you'd have to say if they can get to 140, I think they'd be doing well. That could well be a pass score. Just having a look at the numbers here, Clyde Fontaine, and it's apologies that we didn't have these numbers up for you a bit earlier on, but Fontaine there going to his fourth 50, this format of the game, and his numbers now has a top score of 104, which was scored 2 seasons ago for the Rocks versus the Warriors. It was in Kimberley in 21-22 season. So he has done very well for his team in the past, opening the batting for them. And he's going to have a job to do with the gloves on as well later on, as after 11 overs now, 3 off that over, but also another wicket in the over. It's 82 for the loss of 4. Well, how about that? 3 wickets falling on 79. And so after an excellent opening partnership of 49, which was ended in the 5th over, it was then, in the 6th over, was then the partnership between Fontaine and Van Berg that really did well before. Van Berg was stumped off the bowling of Seleka. Next ball he then bowled Keegan Peterson. Then with the first ball of his first over, Nkwe only went for 3 in that over, took the wicket of the captain Clyde Fontaine. Seleka unsurprisingly to continue, and he's in to Fariska Adams, just defensively into the leg side. The captain picks up from mid-wicket. That's well played down the offside, past third. Mungaru's got a long chase. He's not going to get there. This outfield is like lightning today. Beautiful outfield here.
Beautiful reverse sweep there from Fariska Adams, and that's a much-needed boundary there, James.
Yeah, just to get some runs on the board after absolute carnage of the last 3 overs. They've been very, very useful for them, and Seleka's numbers here in his 3rd over, now 2 for 9. That is just outstanding bowling with the 1 maiden. His previous over getting 2 wickets was absolutely outstanding stuff from him. That's played to just over the man diving there. I think that is that Ngwepe that's diving off there. Is number 97 on his back. It is indeed Ngwepe.
Fariska Adams just giving himself a bit of room there, James. Trying to go over the top again.
Yeah, just trying to go over the top, and it was Nkwe. I couldn't quite get there. Got to get my clicks right here. Just tucked into the leg side, slightly false stroke from the black-gloved Aviwe Ngajima. That's a bit of a trend nowadays, these black gloves. They look pretty snazzy, yeah?
They look very useful as well.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Is it cricket drip or what is it, Mubin? I'm not quite sure.
Seems to be a new trend in modern day cricket.
It certainly does, you know. It's, certainly Western Province, WSB Western Province players have embraced the whole drip thing, it looks like. And a few comments have been going around about that one, but we won't be commenting on that here today. But Abiwa Ngujima. Just plays that one straight out to Ngwepe at extra cover. There is no run, and that is the end of the over. So 4 off that over means it was 7 scored off that particular over, and it's 89 for 4. So was a welcome boundary scored in that over, and so it goes for 7 off the bowling of Seleka. And so the bowling figures there, you can see them so far. The man who's been most successful there, Caleb Seleka, 2 for 12 off his 3 overs, and Kerwin Mungrew was also excellent, 1 for 16 off his 3. Björn Lover just conceded the 5, but everybody else has been quite expensive. Captain Mutasami as well, and that's why he brought Seleka on, I think, to see if he could just, with his leg spin, just stem the tide, as it is going to be Frisco Adams, and he's going to be facing up to Anglais again. He's going to be starting his 2nd over, 1 for 3 in his 1st. Adams on 7. He plays that one, and that's over the head of the man at mid-off. Think that's going to probably go to the boundary, is it? No, it doesn't make it to the boundary, but they get back for 2. And just over the head of, not say just over the head, but easily over the head of Mutasami at mid-off. And I think now they may well make that change to the field, perhaps get that man to go back, although I do quite like the field having the mid-off up, I must say. He's got the mid-on up as well. He's tempting Adams to go for that shot over the top. Could easily be a false stroke that he plays. He goes again. It's over the man as well again. This time it's not quite as high a trajectory, but he'll still just get the 2 as Mutasami chases once again. So that may well bring about a change of the field. No, still attacking, which is good to see. It is good to see. I prefer that, you know, that give yourself a chance to get the wicket. Yeah, Mutasami the captain.
Yeah, I was thinking he's captain. He hasn't made a bit of a change there. He's gone straight team over the top twice.
Yeah, he's got 4 men out in the out of the ring. He's allowed to have 5 men out of the ring. He has made the change now.
There we go.
Actually, he did have 5 men out of the ring. He had a man at short fine. Not at short fine. He's bringing the man into short fine, Kerwin Mungrew. So I couldn't see it behind the monitor here. Mungrew was at fine leg. Oh, that's just hit straight down the ground, very hard. That's going to go for 4, is it? No, it's well cut off by Mutasami. Can't keep himself out of the work there at the moment.
He can't keep himself. Great work there. Fantastic stuff from the captain, Mutasami. Saving a certain boundary there. That was powerful struck there by Frisco Adams.
Well, he's a bit ferocious, has Frisco, so far, with that shots down the ground. My goodness, that one was hit with plenty of energy. That one again, he has a full go, but it's going to go down to Ruben Herman at that position at deep mid-wicket. They come through for 1. Herman has been in fantastic form with the bat. I mean, he is, as it stands so far, number 3 on the list for the competition in terms of runs scored. 388 runs for him in the competition so far. I mean, he averages 38.6 in his innings so far. He's been the mainstay of this particular team. He actually has got the equal highest score of the competition this season of 102. Oh, Ngujima has a go at that one, just can't quite get hold of it. So it's been the 3 2s from, and the single from Frisco Adams so far this over. He's just going to ask his partner if he's all right. Did hurt him a bit.
That was a very fast bouncer there.
Just taking those one black glove off and just adjusting his sleeve. Just say, no, I'm fine, don't worry, the bruise will come out tomorrow.
He'll feel it tomorrow, definitely.
He will, definitely. But this, they come out with intent. Well, Frisco Adams definitely come out with intent. 14 off 15 so far, and that's another shot in anger from Abiwa Ngujima. They're not going to know any other way at the moment, as they look to put a testing target on the board here.
Yeah, at one stage, James, we thought at 160 was on par.
Yeah.
It is still possible, but they've lost their way a little bit here. The run rate has come a little bit down. And at least the most important positive part is the partnership is 18 runs now, James. It's something that's holding up here.
Well, absolutely right. I mean, currently still batting at 7.5 and over, so 150 should be within their reach if they can keep wickets in hand. I mean, they still have got some batting to come. Christian Jonker, we know he can hit the ball a long way. Ayat Kamane, who also can certainly do well. As the crowd, we have a look at the crowd there, looking very good. We've got a few more people in here, and we've got a lot more people coming in under the trees here off to our left-hand side on the grass banks. Always a beautiful afternoon here in Paarl, and this is such a lovely time of the year here in the Cape.
Very lovely little time. Here we go with the Sami, continues.
In fact, he's back in to the attack after Seleka bowled his 3 overs. Just swapped it around, so opening spell went for 20. Did Mutasami, and he's back in now. First ball's a dot ball. And on just bounces short of Mungru at short third.
Yeah, just something interesting I noticed, James. Mutasami and also Ko and Manguru, they've bowled from both sides of the ends as well. So that's sort of a tactical thing that they sort of tried to bowl from both sides of the ground.
I think he's seen as well that from this end, the northern end of the ground, the Nederburg end, it seemed to be getting a bit more purchase off the wicket, the spinner. So he naturally spins the ball away, which is what we've also seen with the leg spin of Caleb Seleka. So he's just trying himself out this end, and he has so far been quite successful. That one nearly played straight back to him by Mgijima, and he's bowled 4 overs so far. Hasn't conceded a run yet in this over. Pressure mounting on the batter here. Another good delivery, but he manages to get this one past the captain down to Dwan Jansen at Long. So some great work being done by our cameramen here, Scott and Shoaib. And say thank you to them for this work. Our producer here, Bandile, and his team. That's also well played by Adams, but there's only the single, so 2 off the over. And they are just shy of their 100 now. 99 for the loss of 4. Much better over from the captain. Just 2 runs off that.
That was an excellent over from Mutasami. And maybe that change of ends, as I spoke about, James, maybe it's helped him now. As you see, there's a bit of purchase from this side, the Nederburg side. So it's maybe a good move there from Mutasami, the captain. And yeah, that score there, 99 for 4 after 14 overs, James.
So just so you are aware of it, that we're not advertising anything here when we say this purchase from the Nederburg end. Doesn't mean you must go out and purchase a Nederburg product necessarily. But what we are saying is that we're talking about getting spin off the surface. There is something in the wicket there for the spin bowlers, certainly from the northern end of the ground, as we're going to see Gideon Peters coming back in for another spell. He just bowled the 1 over, 0 for 17. He's towards us now. That's beautifully played. That's a stunning shot from Frisco. Adams played straight down the ground, and that's probably one of the shots of the match so far. We know Clyde Fortuyn hit 4 sixes all over the leg side, which was really pummeled the bowling in that region. But that was a glorious shot.
I was about to say, James, that's a cracking stroke, and that's the stroke of the day by far.
Oh, it was a cracking stroke indeed. And he just cracked it all the way down the ground for 4. And that's his second boundary for Frisco Adams. And he moves on to 19 off 17. With him is Aviwa Mgijima batting at only a strike rate of 33 at the moment. But no doubt he's just wanting to be the foil for Frisco Adams. We saw how well Adrian Dutoy did that in the opening partnership of 49. But after that, it was 3 very, very quick wickets that fell at all at 79. That's nicely tickled into the leg side, and they're running quickly between the wickets. Great throw from that man coming in from mid-wicket, and that is number 93 coming in there. Who is that? Number 83. Ruben Herman, sorry, 83 it is, Ruben Herman. And he managed to hit the stump. Just had 1 stump to aim at. I know he was quite close, but still, look at it again. really great work in the deep. Comes not from the deep, comes in from mid-wicket, but the batter is safely home. And Mgijima facing up to Peters again. He plays that one straight to Herman at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, Mgijima shaking his head there. He thought that would go through the gap. It was a cracking stroke there, unfortunately. Straight to the fielder.
Just felt he didn't get all of it. You heard the sound off the bat. Just didn't come through. You might have heard it in the microphone as well. There is quite a bit of sort of background noise here. You might have heard that sort of that cracking noise rather than that lovely sound that comes off the bat. That's almost like a thud when it comes off the bat and sails away. And now the man has gone out to deep mid-wicket and he tries to thud that one way out the ground, doesn't make contact. And there is no run. So
I think he was just a little disappointed. He didn't cash in there on that delivery. I think that was his disappointment.
Yeah, he felt that was probably in the slot. And yeah, was in the arc, and you hoped to play it out the park, but
Absolutely.
It wasn't Miller time this time. And again, it just maybe holding up slightly in the surface for him. It's never a quick surface here at Paul. But Mgijima is very, very experienced on this wicket's been around in these parts for a long time, both with the Cobras and then with Western Province, and now this season a very successful move for him here to the Rocks in Paul.
Yeah, so he knows the Western Cape region very well, James.
Does indeed. Aviwe Mgijima, very seasoned campaigner, and he has been a welcome addition. As I say, had a particularly good 4-day tournament for the Rocks this season. That is gone. That is gone. Huge. Oh, the man tries to take the catch in the crowd, but he tries to take it two-handed and he drops it. And that was the biggest six of the day.
Absolutely, the biggest six of the day by far, by miles. That travelled very, very long way.
It did. That is huge. Absolutely huge from Frisco Adams. And he is not hanging around. 26 off 19 with him and Mgijima, 5 off 15. And that's taken the score to Nelson, 111 for 4 after 15 overs. So 15 to go. They got to their 100 there off the first ball of that particular over. So after the first 50 took only 5.3 overs. The second 50 did come in 8.4 overs. So a bit slower because they lost those wickets and that period in the middle. But there's been some significant acceleration since then. So it's Seleka now coming in again after Mutasami bowls himself for just 1 over. Seleka coming in for his last over. 3 overs, 2 for 12. And those 2 off successive deliveries.
Just to touch on Frisco Adams, James, we've seen probably the 2 best strokes of the day here.
Yeah.
That 4 straight down the ground and the 6 over the top.
Yeah.
Travelled far and long, eh?
Yeah, his captain Clive Fontaine set the example earlier on in the day, and Adams now to Seleka, and he plays that one just off the outside edge, and they're going to come through for the single. In the end, it's easy as Mungru's throw through to the bowler's end is not particularly strong. So just looking at Aviwe Mgijima's numbers, his debut in 2012-2013, 91 matches, 61 innings. He's gone for a big shot here. That is, I think, it's going to go all the way, is it? Oh, it does.
Oh,
it does.
my goodness.
Oh, over Dwan Jansen's head. It actually catches his hand as he tries to take it, but he's not sure where the boundary is. And another 6 now this time for Aviwe Mgijima. And that has gone a long, long way, and that helps certainly to bring his strike rate up. And I say the experienced campaigner debuting in 2012-2013, just dropping it over the line.
Just for a moment there, James, I thought Dwayne Johnson was going to catch that.
I also thought he was going to get it. You know, initially thought it's just going to make it over the boundary. Then I thought, oh, he's going to catch it, and then he just put it down.
Even those long levers could not come in hand, James.
No, they couldn't. Not on this occasion. And Aviwe Mgijima has got much shorter levers than Dwan Jansen, but he managed to play that one into the offside. He'll be wanting to try his hardest now to get some runs off this last delivery. 2 dot balls that have just gone by now after that 6 that he hit. And that is the single he was looking for. So 9 off the over from Seleka, and he finishes his spell very well indeed. 4 overs, 1 maiden, and takes 2 for 21. So very good bowling from Caleb Seleka, it must be said. 9 off that over.
I was about to say, James, I've been really impressed by Caleb Seleka today, going for 2 of the 4 overs, going for 2 for 21. And we won't forget that 2-wicket maiden, which you don't often see in T20 cricket, let alone in normal cricket.
Absolutely right.
So fantastic stuff there by Caleb Seleka. And then we look at the scorecard so far. He scores 120 for 4 after 16 overs. Gbets rocks. And James, you can take us to the rest.
Yeah, Clive Fontaine leading the way with 51 of 32, and ably supporting him has been this innings from Fariska Adams, 27 of just 20 deliveries so far. So it was really the dominant Clyde Fontaine in the opening partnership of 49, and then dominant in the second wicket partnership that he shared with Sean von Berg, 13 of 13 for von Berg before 3 wickets fell at 79. These two now putting on 41, and that is going to be wide as Dwayne Janssen is back into the attack. Conceded 10 off his first over, and he's just conceded 11 now, and it is the black-gloved Aviwa Mgijima who is batting, and Mgijima just looking at his number 91 matches, 61 innings, 14 not out, 679 runs with the highest of 55 not out, averaging 14.44 with 150. So he won't have time to get a second 50 today, but he's going to try very, very hard, and that's gone high, wide and handsome and lands on the grass bank. That is a huge hit once again, and they are taking full toll of anything short here.
Aviwa Mgijima is coming to the party, going downtown there, 6 runs, and Dwayne Johnson gets punished.
He does indeed get punished, and he gets punished for just missing his length there. Wasn't even that it was the line that was so much of a problem. Aviwa Mgijima just going for that one and hitting it beautifully, his second maximum. Wow. Oh, he just gets something on that. Not sure what he got onto it in the end. It was just the foot, I think, as it went down there. And man here, short third, able to come around and field that one. Not too difficult for the fielder. That is Seleka, who bowled so well there with his 4 overs, 2 for 21. It is Mgijima now, 19 of 22. Adams 27 of 20. These two having put together a partnership of 49 it is now for this, the fifth wicket, and that's not going to be caught either. Seleka just can't get there, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. He tries to go over the top on the offside, but he gets an outside edge, does Fariska Adams. But as we said earlier in the commentary, if you're going to go, just go hard.
Go hard indeed. And that's 50 up as well, as you mentioned there. So, fantastic stuff here from Fariska Adams and Aviwa Mgijima. They've reached the 51, as you can see on the scorecard there. 51 of 26 balls. And that takes the score to 130 for 4, James.
Yeah, so 26 minutes for those for that partnership, 40 balls. Very, very good from them. Really, really good. Strike rate of 125. It's been outstanding, and he goes for this one again, but he's out. That's
Great
really
catch.
well taken by Caleb Seleka, and we hope that our cameraman got that, and we can show you that replay again, because that really was an outstanding catch, diving to his left. That one spinning away from him, and it is Adams that has to go. 29 of 22. 2 4s and 1 massive 6 from him, and he does have to make way, and it'll be the equally hard-hitting Christian Jonker that's going to be coming out to bat for the Gbets Rocks. So a good wicket for the Rocks, for the Auto Investments Dragons and Dwayne Janssen there.
And it's that man again, Caleb Seleka. You just can't keep him out this match. He's taken 2 for 21.
Yeah,
That wicket made it, and he's taken an excellent catch there. Wow, that's great stuff there from that youngster, Caleb Salika.
Outstanding catch from him as the experienced Jonker comes to the crease. In fact, the second most experienced player in the squad for the Rocks, but the most experienced player on the field. 135 T20 matches, 123 innings, 2,469 runs with the highest of 66. 26.26 average strike rate. Get this, Mubin, 128.39 strike rate. So we certainly are looking forward to some fireworks here from this man, Christian Jonker. We know he can hit the long ball. Very, very strong man indeed. So what will it be? He's got, what, 3.2 overs to make a difference here, and 130 already a good score on this wicket. That's very nicely played. First up, down into the backward square region, where it is Gideon Peters who does the fielding. And there is just the one, as Mgijima, who's been has actually now exchanged his black gloves for a pair of white gloves. Interesting. So I thought I was doing a bit of a double take there. So
Maybe it's a bit for luck here, James.
had a glove change, maybe, although I don't think he needed any more luck. He's been striking the ball so cleanly. 2 sixes he's scored so far. No fours. And he's not going to get a 4 on that one either. It's straight to the captain, Mutasami, at extra cover. There is no run. So the end of the over, a successful one for Dwan Jansen. And the score had gone to 130. It was a 51-run partnership between those two when the wicket did fall. So it really was good stuff from them as the wicket fell off the 4th ball of that 17th over, and it is now 131 for the loss of 5. So 11 off that over from Dwan Jansen, and he's now got 2 overs, 1 for 20, and it's going to be the captain to finish off his spell. Now it will be Senaran Mutasami. He won the toss earlier today, decided he'd have a bowl, and at 131 for 5, I think the Rocks, they know they can defend something like this. They could defend it successfully. The Dragons will be confident to chase it. Potentially, 10 and over from here gets them to 160.
I was about to say, that is the total they would like to get to, 160. It's definitely doable from here.
It is doable. It's a good ball though. First up from Mutasami.
And he's once again proven that from the Niederberg side, he's really been effective.
He has been very effective. Just 2 runs of his last over from this end. And Jonker still has to just find the pace of the wicket. Maybe take another delivery or 2 to do that. And he's facing Mutasami now. That's very nicely played, but there's protection out there. And that's Vian Libber who is going to throw it in. Libber only 1 over with his off spin, and that really because Adrian du Toit, the only left-hander in this lineup. So the Rocks are very heavily weighted in terms of right-handed batters. If only be when, in fact, I don't think there's anybody in this team other than the opener du Toit, who's left-handed, that's nicely played out to the deep cover just for the single by Mgijima. So 2 singles off the over so far of 4 deliveries. And Mutasami doing a job for himself here.
Absolutely. Christian Jonker, he'll be looking to go downtown now, yeah? Just watch this. Oh.
He does play it straight, but it's not with any force, and Ngwepe can do the fielding from extra cover, and there's only the single. They want to get through these overs as quickly as they possibly can.
And Mutasami is definitely doing that.
And that was, perhaps he'll feel he's missed out there, Viwa Ngwijima. Was able to play it down to the man at deep backward square, and that's a good over from the captain, Mutasami. He finishes off well, only conceding 6 of his last 2 overs. That's 4 overs and no maidens, 0 for 26. So just going at 6.5 and over he did in his particular spell, but he would take that, I think. Total 135 for 5, 2 overs to go. And it is going to be who? It's going to be Dwan Jansen again from the old stables end of the ground, the southern end, as we see a foot tapping spectator there in the crowd. Maybe not foot tapping anymore. He was foot tapping earlier on. So playing, maybe his foot tapping to a different song than the one we're listening to.
Absolutely. Well, just to touch on that with the Sami, I think that change from, obviously we've spoken about it on 2 occasions, really worked for him, and he
Definitely.
really finished his spell nicely. Going north for 24.
Oh, and he is going to go for it, and that, no, it's not going to be 2. Thought they may think of 2 because it was in the gap between Peters and Herman, but Herman comes in quickly to field that. The older brother of Jordan Herman, the 2 Herman brothers, both who grew up in Pretoria, products of Waterkloof High School. And
They do indeed 2 Waterkloof boykies, and we've seen his brother Jordan Herman for Sunrisers Eastern Cape. He's been a superstar in that side.
he has, and for the Warriors still, that's played into the offside. They're taking a single for everything now. And that 3 for 1 to the captain, Mujasami Mikael Prince, who's done a tidy job behind the stumps today. It must be said, just the one 4 byes that went past him off the spin of Jacob. It wasn't off the spin, actually, it was off the pace of Kerwin Mangru earlier on in the piece.
We've seen decent fielding. I think we've only really seen 2 misfields and 1 drop catch on Tate.
Yeah, that's right.
And obviously the Dwayne Johnson drop catch, but that was
That's
a
right,
tough
yeah.
opportunity.
Oh, he has a go at that one and he misses out. He'll really feel he's missed out there, Abiwa Ngujima. Just overbalances after he plays that shot. I think such was the effort that he was putting into that.
Absolutely. Just going back to the fielding, James, I've been impressed with their fielding. They haven't given many extras away.
No, not at all.
And we've seen some good throwing to the stumps as well.
Yeah, they have been very good. Their fielding's been sharp. They've been coming off the boundaries quickly to prevent as many 2s as they possibly could. And this total 137, 3 balls left in this, the 19th over. And that's very, very interestingly played. And Mangru just cannot get to it. He does actually get to it. But he just can't hold on to that one to the left. And that scoop shot trying to be played there to that full delivery. And you feel that if he hadn't have premeditated that shot, he might well have played that one deep over the leg side for 6.
That was a very awkward and very weird shot, James. I've never seen something like that on the cricket field.
It was tried to play the dill scoop.
A dill scoop, but a reverse dill sweep.
Yeah, the reverse dill scoop maybe. Just he was trying to get it, I think, straight over the wicket-keeper's head, but didn't quite time it right. But he was, it was dropped, but it was a very tough chance to Kerwin Mangru, it must be said. He has a go outside the off stump, does Christian Jonker. This is a much better over from Dwayne Jansen. Just gone for 3 and there's only 1 ball left in the over. And that's maybe just down to the pressure that the batters are under to try and really increase this score. So at the moment 160 looking difficult.
160 looking difficult, but just going back to that stroke, we see so much innovation nowadays, James.
Yeah, we do.
Every day on the cricket field you see something different and something new.
Yeah, it's true. We do see a lot of innovation. That is for certain. Jansen towards us now. Oh, and Jonker misses out on that one. And so a very good over. Only the 3 off that over from Dwayne Jansen. It's 138 for 5 after 19. And it is going to be the final over. And let's see who that's going to be given to. Just trying to see. It may well be Gideon Peters. It is. Is it Gideon Peters? No, it's not. Or is it or isn't it? Let's see. Who's going to be given the final over from this side? Is it Kerwin Mangru, I think, that is going to be bowling the last over? It is indeed. So Kerwin Mangru, who so far has bowled the 2 overs, and they have gone, I think, for 12 runs. He's bowled 3 overs for 16. Apologies for that. So 3 overs for 16. He's going to bowl the last over. And we're just going to have a look at the
Kerwin Mangru start his 4th over, James. 138 for 5. Can they get to that 160 target here?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? They're going to get to 150 maybe. And that's very nicely played down the ground. Not with any kind of force. They'll come back for 2. No, they won't. They won't come back for 2. I think that Aviwa Ngujima should have kept the black gloves on. Yeah, he was hitting the ball so much better with the black gloves on.
Maybe the gloves were a bit sweaty, James.
Maybe they were. That maybe been what it was. I don't know. But certainly, the white gloves on there. Haven't served him as well as the previous pair served him, but
yeah, James, just going back, to that third over where I asked you what will a good total be, and I think between 140 and 150 we discussed.
yeah,
It's on par here for that.
it is certainly on par for that, and that's a very good short delivery there from Kerwin Mungrew. Not signalled as one for the over, I don't think. Just having a look at that, the umpires just chatting to each other. Sibonelo Gaza and Dennis Smith having a bit of a chat to each other there, but no harm done. 2 balls gone in the over, only the single so far, and this is not how the Rocks would have wanted to end, you feel? We'll run through the scorecard at the end of this over. That's nicely played, but straight back to the bowler. But not played forcefully enough, and Jonker just hasn't got going. He's only got 4 off now, 10 deliveries. This over only going for 1. He needs to be either giving the strike to Ngajima or he needs to be hitting the ball a bit harder.
Absolutely. There's not a lot of time left. It's only 3 balls, but good bowling there from Kerwin Mungrew.
Yeah.
Great Yorker.
Taking the pace off the ball as well, Mungrew. Got a very nice action. You said, does remind you, said of
Victor
Mpitsang.
Definitely. Carbon copy.
Man who was played for South Africa, was convener of selectors. He's played that very nicely, waited for it. It was a attempted slow ball bouncer, and Christian Jonker finally has got hold of that one, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4, and that is actually a good shot under the circumstances. He seemed like he waited for an age for it. Take us through this.
Yeah, it was a slow ball bounce. It took a while to come, and Christian Jonker reacted very fastly there. And he punished that, and that goes for 4 runs.
Did have to really wait for it, didn't it? He was like waiting on the shot. Shouldn't I play yet, or when should I play? And then he played it finally and got it down to the boundary for 4. Mungrew, 2 balls left in his spell and in the innings of the Rocks. And that he just can't get bat on ball. That's great bowling again from Mungrew in the block hole. You just sense that's a better option for him than bowling short. It sits up on this surface if you bowl short, so there's no real price in bowling short, but only 5 off the over so far. He'd take that definitely any day.
Also, another thing is when you bowl full here at Wallen Park, you seem to either pick up a wicket or it's either a dot ball. You don't concede much from full balls here.
No, if you're bowling in the block hole, it's not easy to play. Not easy to get that ball away, and there's just some kind of chat happening here between the bowler and his captain. Just saying, okay, what do you want me to bowl for the last ball?
Yeah, James, last ball of the innings here.
Yeah, it's important to get this one in the right spot. He's saying, what do you think? He's saying, all right, now we can see, maybe we can have a round of golf tomorrow morning.
Can Christian Jonker get a 6 here, and then perhaps 150 will be the
149.
target?
Could well be, very close to what we were saying was par. He can't, and that's another very good delivery. In fact, they probably could have taken the single, but they don't. So it's 143, a very good last over from Kerwin Mungrew, just a 5 off it, and he's going to finish with much improved numbers as well. 4 overs, no maidens, 21 runs and 1 wicket, and that really has been a very good spell. It's 143 for the loss of 5. The Rocks after their 20 overs, and they'll feel that's a defendable total for their bowling lineup. They've got Imran Manak, Giovanni Baron is back in the team, Sia Mahima, Sean von Berg. They're going to be relying on the spinners, which we've seen have already been very effective on this surface. Aviva Mgajima can also bowl his off breaks. We've got Fariska Adams, Christian Jonker, Ayad Kamani, and Imran Manak, as I think I've already mentioned. So it is a very, very heavily weighted lineup in terms of the spin bowlers, and we know how effective they can be on this surface. So it's all to play for when they come back for the second innings. Just to go through that card quickly for you. Clive Fontaine, 51 of 32. Abe is supported by Adrian Dutoy in the opening partnership, 8 of 12. Sean von Berg, 13 of 13. First ball of the King Peterson. Fresco Adams was outstanding for his 29 of 22. Aviwa Mgajima supported him well in the partnership at 51 for the 5th wicket. He got 24, and then Christian Jonker at the end just getting the 1 boundary 10 extras, and very good from a wide's point of view, but just two no balls as well, which were front foot no balls. And then the bowling figures, we see there Caleb Seleka, the standout for me, 2 for 21. He took 2 wickets and 2 balls. But Manyan Clay also good bowling, 1 for 11 off 2. The captain was also good, 0 for 26 of his 4. Gideon Peters a bit expensive, but Kerwin Mungru also excellent. 4 overs, 1 for 21. Not much else to talk about really. Johan Jansen expensive, and just the 1 over for Vian Libba. So we'll be back with you in about 5 to 10 minutes time, and we'll be back to see if the Rocks can defend this title with a bonus point, to see if they can actually jump up in the log above the Dragons, or whether the Dragons will be able to chase this down in 16 overs to give themselves a chance of leapfrogging Western Province up into the 5th spot. We'll also take a look while we're on the break at how the other scores are panning out across the country, and we'll give you some news on that when we come back in a few minutes time. So from me and Mubin, it's goodbye for now.
Bigger crowd than here. Yeah, who is standing here?
Welcome back to Buildup Park, where we are about to get the innings of the Auto Investments Dragons underway. And for the Gbets Rocks, it will be Imran Manak opening the bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Mikhail Prince. And at the other end with Mikhail Prince is Ruben Herman. And Ruben Herman has had an excellent season so far. He is right up there with the top run scorers, and that's already underway are the Auto Investments Dragons with that single out to Frisco Adams in the square leg region. And so it will be the left-handed Herman that will be on strike. And wicket-keeper and captain Clive Fontaine just organising his field. He's got a short third, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, mid on, deep mid wicket, square leg, and a man at fine leg inside the circle. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-metre ring in the first 6 overs. Power play, Manak around the wicket.
Ooh,
That's a good delivery. And that appeal for bat before wicket there. Appeal for leg before wicket there, I think.
oh my
And this
goodness.
has been a bit crazy there. First up, as we see Keegan Peterson though tidying up behind. Just trying for the run out there was Christian Jonker from his position at that backward square leg position. So they go through for 2. So 3 without loss in the first over from Manak. And Imran Manak, who is the 3rd most economical bowler in the competition this particular season. They're going through for 2 again. This could be a risk, and perhaps that one perhaps thrown in at the wrong end for Keegan Peterson, not quite sure. Anyway, very good running from Prince and Herman here. My word, Mubin.
Good start from them. Good, very positive start from them. And we see Manak with a bit of turn as well here, James.
Yeah, definitely from this end there is turn on offer for the spinners, and there's plenty of spinners in this particular Gbets Rocks lineup. That's beautifully played. This time it's definitely not going to be 2. Hit that one well too hard for there to be 2. Oh no, and they are going to take 2 because it's not gathered properly by Clyde Fontaine. He's really upset with Keegan Peterson as that one came through to him very, very low. So bowler is really upset, the keeper's upset, the fielder's upset. We're not upset though, are we?
We're not upset.
No, that's
We're
good.
enjoying some wonderful cricket, James.
We are indeed. This is going to be a fascinating run chase. The Auto Investments Dragons know they need to win this with a bonus point, as Western Province are really struggling there at Newlands against the Titans. Not to say they're going to lose, but they were. And that one is thrown, a much better throw in to the keeper, Clyde Fontaine. Still the 1 ball left in the over. It's gone for 8 already, and they're looking forward to making some good runs here. But this season chasing has been not the easiest here at Buildup Park, and more recently on Friday night the Rocks faltering in their chase of the 173 that Western Province scored, only getting 110. But it is in the other matches, as I say, so far some interesting potential outcomes in those matches that we're looking at.
Sorry, the screen maybe.
So we are just going to try and take you through those scenarios as they are currently in play. The Tuskers 132 for 9 in their 20 overs at the moment in reply. DP World Lions 33 for 1 after 5.3 overs. So you need 100 of 14 overs at more than 7. As we look at the scorecard here, 9 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, that first over there, James, went for 8 runs here. Manak starting nicely here, as it Prince.
Yeah, they are, but it's going to be Sia Mahima. So it's all spin right up front, and they have got a very loaded spin attack.
I was about to say, James, you see a lot of spinners here at Gbets Rock, so expect them to get to the overs very quickly, and also expect these spinners to play a big part in this game.
Definitely, that's a good delivery from Sia Mahima. They're running quickly and they get through for 1. Ruben Herman has been really quick off the blocks there. That's well done by him. As we look at the Western Province, 113 for 9 in their 20 overs against the Momentum Multiply Titans. That's WSB Western Province. And so that one could be an interesting result. And then in the other match, which is a very important match between the Warriors and the Dolphins, which is going to get that score for you. It is the DStv Warriors who scored 130 for 8 in their 20 overs. So the Dolphins needing a bonus point win there if they are going to get to the top of the log, potentially, or come or get above the Warriors. They are going to really have to go some to get that, you feel. That's a good shot down the ground. It's going to go for 4, and that's not going to be able to be cut off by the man running around. That's Giovanni Baron, I think it is, at that mid-off position, and that is a very, very good shot from Ruben Herman.
Yeah, Ruben Herman, a nice open face slap there, James, down the ground.
Yeah, he is a man in form. He's been outstanding this season. 388 runs before this match. He's already got 11. And that one's even hit even better, but I don't think that's going to go all the way. It's a good fielding on the boundary there. Who's that? Ngajima. The man, he's dispensed with his black gloves now in the field.
He's got the black glasses on now.
Oh, that's it, definitely. Make sure that he's got something to reflect on out there. That's nicely played, but a good bowling from Mahima. He's mixing it up a bit now. He's already gone for 8 off his first 4 deliveries. Hadman has been particularly strong down the ground already. Been running really well between the wickets, these two. That's beautifully played. I don't think it's going to be more than the 2. They are going to come back for 2. And Gajima not able to pick it up without just overbalancing slightly. He did good work to stop it from going for 4, but it is through for 2. So very good over again. You see there 9 already off the over, just the 1 ball left. And Sia Mahima going for plenty here. They need a breakthrough here as early as possible. The Rocks are not going to get it off that ball, but there is no run which they'll take, I'm sure, any day. So the first 2 overs both gone for 9, 18 without loss after 2. Exactly the kind of start that the Dragons would have been looking for in pursuit of this 144 to win.
Absolutely, going nicely here. It's a good positive start so far. And the spinners have been getting really quickly through these overs, James.
They have indeed. It's no risk of them having to cut back on the number of players outside the ring.
Absolutely.
In the final couple of overs, as Manak's in once again from the Niederberg end.
They need to pick up a few wickets here, I think. That just to sort of stem the run flow here.
They do indeed. I think it might get easier for the spinners. Expecting to see Sean von Berg come on after the 6th over. These two have done well so far. The combination of Prince and Herman, 19 without loss into the 3rd over. But Manak and Mahima do get through the overs very, very quickly. Manak, as I said, one of the most economical bowlers in the tournament this season. 5.88 runs per over is his average runs per over. That's a good delivery outside the off stump of the left-hander. And they really have been a bit sloppy in the field so far.
I was about to say earlier,
Yeah.
you've seen a bit of overthrows.
Yeah.
Guys not backing up in the field. And also, the wicketkeeper's not catching the ball quite clean at times.
Manak again, that's a better delivery, and it's not going to be any runs. So, really been pegging them back in this over. 4 balls gone, just the 1 so far. And Manak has been really impressive in this over, coming back nicely. You might hear the Hardy-Dars flying overhead. That's just played very forcibly down to Peterson at long off. He's in quickly to field that. He's going to want to really do well in the field after his first bowler.
Absolutely, just that crack of that bat, James.
Yeah,
It
lovely,
just sounds
isn't it?
beautiful here.
It does,
Buildup
doesn't
ball.
it? It does sound lovely. Yeah, once again, he hit it nicely, did Mikael Prince, but this time Ngajima, it is out there in that deep mid-wicket position. So good over this one from Imran Manak. Just the 3 off that over, 21 without loss after 3, and that's more like it from a Rocks point of view, restricting the team from Potchefstroom to just the 3 runs in that over. So they're now batting at 7 and over, which is the amount required for them to get close to that target.
I think Manak is sort of, his role is to put pressure as much as possible, and I think Mahima needs to support him now.
That's right.
And they need to bring that run rate down and pick up a wicket as well.
CSA Mahima really seen as being a strike bowler for this Rocks team. And it probably just takes them one or two balls to get into their work properly. And Mahima, a very canny bowler as well, must be said. He's around the wicket now with his left armers. To the right-handed Mikael Prince. He's not going to get through that field there either. It's Keegan Peterson out there. That's Frisco Adams. Both of them have got the long white sleeves on. That's in the air. That's a beautiful shot down the ground. I think it's going to plug though, and they might be able to stop it. They do. That's great footwork there out on the boundary by Aviwa Mgajima. Kaiser Chiefs trial coming up there, definitely in the not too distant future.
I was about to say, Steve Compella will be very happy with that.
They are, definitely, it would be. Definitely. Some good work there on the boundary. And
saved a certain 4 there, definitely.
He definitely did, just through for the 2. 23 without loss. Halfway through the 4th over. It's played out nicely, but well fielded by Adams. He dived nicely to his left, just stopped to what would have been a certain boundary. And assistance there, I think that's from that Christian Jonker, I think it is there next to him. No, it's not, it's Adrian Dutoy, I apologise. So it is Adams now moving to the offside to extra cover. There is nobody out in the cover region for the left-hander, and this is the reason why, because it's they're going through for the second. I think it could be close, so it's very good running. Very, very good running by Mikael Prince, and he's hurt himself, I think. Just dived there, and he's caught something. He's just maybe winded himself slightly in the dive. He put in a really good dive to make sure he got there, and he's not well at all. He's fallen over there. You don't see him in picture at the moment. Hopefully you can get some visuals of him there, but I think he winded himself then when he dived to get into his ground. He took a really quick second run, and umpire Dennis Smith going to have a look and see if he's all right. Dr. Mahima is also in attendance there.
Yeah, it looks in extreme comfort there.
He does,
Discomfort.
Yes, he does look in a lot of discomfort. And this is actually not like football where they do that to just waste time. He actually is. Genuinely looks like he's not well.
He looks in extreme discomfort there and pain. The doctors or the physios are on now at the moment, just checking him out. Just wonder if he just has not hurt himself here with that dive.
Maybe he has. Must have just winded himself. You feel he's got some water there, and maybe they're calling on. I think they are calling just for a drink. He certainly, definitely hurt himself. We'll have a look at the beautiful Kruit Drakenstein Mountains off to our left-hand side here. Such a beautiful setting. The N1, you can see that truck driving past in the distance there. So that is the N1 highway between Cape Town and the northernmost point of South Africa at Musina, where it ends, the longest highway in the country. And it is starts here, pretty much just starts 50 kilometers down the road in Cape Town. And anybody who has driven across South Africa will know that road particularly well. It's 26 without loss into nearly finished with the 4th over, so batting at just over 6 runs to the over. And that's neatly played by Herman into the leg side. I don't think they're going to take 2 this time though. They don't, as it's that man Keegan Peterson in very quickly from his position at deep mid-wicket, and they go through 4. And Herman 19 of 14 with the 1 boundary. Just goes to show how many 2s they're taking. Really been batting exceptionally quickly. That's another good over though, it must be said. Only the 6 off the over, so I think his captain will be much happier with that. will be Clyde Fontaine from his 2 spinners, as Imran Manak is going to continue from the Niederberg end of the ground.
Yeah, great comeback from Mahima, and also obviously Manak going to his 3rd over.
Yeah, it was a good last over from him. Let's see what he can do this over to the right-handed Prince, and that is going to be stopped, but not preventing the single there that Adrian Dutoy, I think it is. Stop that one, it is indeed.
It's good to see Mikael Prince back on his feet, and you'll be facing taking strike here, James.
Yeah, it is good to see him back on his feet, and a bit of laughter from the crowd there. And that one just played straight down to the man at a long on. That's Keegan Peterson. He's in quickly and returns it quickly to the bowler, Imran Manak. And we're here at the beautiful Borland Park. No need for any floodlights this afternoon. Absolutely stunning day.
A stunning day. The weather's been fantastic so far. It was a bit overcast, but the sun is out now.
Well, that's a good delivery. Very good delivery from Manak. He's varying his pace a little bit. He does dart it in. He's a tall man, so can get a bit of bounce, you know, which is really good for him. It's a very hard-looking surface, dry. We have seen quite a bit of spin from this side. It's in the air, but it's going to bounce. And well picked up there by Keegan Peterson. That's outstanding fielding. He's getting the applause of the crowd and his teammates there. Keegan Peterson doing a brilliant job there, saving a certain boundary and also picking it up quickly and getting it in, hurrying the batters through for 2.
That was good fielding there, Keegan Peterson.
Manak just trying to keep it tight here. And that really doesn't get hold of that at all. That's thrown to the... He could be out there. And is there going to be a review here? I'm not sure whether that is a possibility. It looked close to me, but difficult to tell from this distance. Not sure what you think there. It wasn't given immediately by umpire Dennis Smith, and I'm not sure if he can go upstairs.
I think the batsman is safely home there.
Yeah,
but
it does
good
seem like it.
throw, good wicket keeping there as well.
It was indeed.
That was good cricket all around there, James.
Yeah, good, reasonably good shot. Was some good keeping, good work in the field. Umpire Dennis Smith saying no. Mikael Prince, very quick between the wickets, was safely in. Oh, that's a bit of a false stroke out the outside edge of the bat. And Sia Mahima just waits for that ball to come to him at short third. Tossed it up a bit more.
Tossed it up there, he beat him up with a bit of turn there as well.
So another reasonable over there from Imran Manak. No boundaries, which I think is the important thing. Just the 6 off the over. And I think that the Rocks will be happy in the power play, only to be giving away the 6 runs. They know come the end of the power play, they can engage some more of their spin bowling options. They've got Sean von Berg. They've also got in their spin bowling attack, Adrian Dutoy can also bowl spin. You've also got the likes of Abiwa Mgajima can bowl at right arm off spin, but you have now got the first introduction of pace, a man who also can take the pace off the ball for Risco Adams, the Iceman. Named the Iceman because of when he was first bowling. He was asked as a youngster on debut to bowl the final over of a T20 match. Conceded very few runs in that over, and commentators at the time or people in the press box were talking about how he must have ice in his veins because he's kept himself so cool, being a brand new player in the team, and then henceforth was called Iceman Adams, Frisco Iceman Adams, where he was playing for the Cobras at that stage. So he's in once again. He's in for the first delivery and just neatly played the man at backward point on the boundary. That's Keegan Peterson, and a bit of byplay here with Mikael Prince, the man who comes from this part of the world. Frisco Adams just a single off his first ball. 34 now without loss. Herman 23 of 18. Prince 11 of 13.
Just more importantly, that target is 144.
Yeah.
So they still require another 110 runs here to win. Gbets Rocks, the home team.
Trying to make sure that they restrict this team from this Auto Investments Dragons team. Restrict them to under that 144. They want to win this game. That's tucked away straight down to the man at deep, long on, and they'll come back easily again for the second. Just went past the man at mid-wicket. Imran Manak nodded quickly round to prevent that. It was in the air for a little while. The twos have been a big feature of this innings so far, even though it's not a very long innings yet. Taking a lot of twos to the deep fielders. And it is quite a biggish field, but still, you know, you probably think the fielders on the boundary could be in a little bit more off that boundary.
Oh!
That's beautifully played into the leg side. One bounce 4. That's a stunning shot from Ruben Herman. Umpire Dennis Smith signals the 4, and that's his second boundary. So only the 2 boundaries for Herman, and he's got 29 of 20. That just tells you how he's been striking the ball.
Ruben Herman, you beauty. That was a fantastic 4 there. Terrific stroke.
A lot of twos and singles in that innings. Yeah, was a very good, very, very good stroke. Apologies there, Mubin. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That is going to be all the way down the ground, as straight as a die, for 4 runs. That is the best shot I think we've probably seen today.
That was the shot of the day. We've seen some great strokes, but I think that was a stroke he nearly took off umpire Dennis Coleman's or Dennis Smith's head there.
Yeah, that's right.
And luckily, it's just out the way. Great shot there by Ruben Herman. And it's another 4, and he goes to 29, James.
He does, and he's been...
Well, in fact, 33
now.
33
or 21 deliveries, only 3 4s in there. So it just tells you how well he's been doing, and that one is going to be a wide, just way too short over the batter's head. Not high enough to be called a no ball, but it wasn't a front foot no ball, wouldn't be a no ball, but high over the batter's head, so it was called a wide. Have to bowl that one again, first wide of the innings for Fariska Adams, and you just sense pace probably not the way to go for the team here from the Rocks.
Oh.
That's a huge shot. It's going to go way, way, way over the head of the man at deep mid-wicket, and that is a massive, massive shot from Ruben Herman. Picked it up beautifully and smashed it over the boundary.
That was a lovely stroke, Ruben Herman.
50 partnership up.
Awesome shot there, and he goes over the top again. He goes downtown, James.
Well, that one was a stunning shot. I mean, he didn't hit it straight this time, but he hit it beautifully over the man at deep mid-wicket. He took the man on and he won the battle, and Fariska Adams has been exceptionally expensive in this over so far. 18 off it, and that's going to go for more. And another 4, and that is a brilliant shot. So he's taken Fariska Adams for 22 in this over as Ruben Herman and Mikael Prince, and that is not at all what his captain ordered. 55 for no wicket after the power play, and they are well on track with what the score was for the Rocks at the same stage. The Rocks 52 for 1 after 6. And it shouldn't have been as much as that, 55. There were 33 for no wicket after 5, 55 for no wicket after 6, and Ruben Herman's really set them on path for a victory here.
Yeah, Ruben Herman just taking the game away, slowly away from the Gbets Rocks here. That was a very expensive over from Fariska Adams, the Iceman.
Was indeed. The
And we have, James, we have a bowling change in the attack. We have Sean van Berg. He'll be coming to the attack from the Nederburg end. And I think... James, the Gbets Rocks desperately need a wicket here just to break this partnership.
They do indeed need a wicket, and as I think we said earlier, likely to see Sean van Berg coming into the attack after the 6th over, and here he is in over number 7. And we saw from this end Jacob Seleka very successful with his leg breaks, and we're hoping, I'm sure if you are a Gbets Rocks fan, you'll be hoping that Sean van Berg can do the same with the leg breaks from the Proteas test player. Yeah, and that's another very good delivery. They'll just amble through for the single, but they're trying to see if they can get 2, but they're not going to get 2. That's down here to Giovanni Baron. I think this is in front of us.
Correct. And yeah, we saw earlier Caleb Seleka. He was really effective. We won't forget that over. That 2-wicket maiden, James. That was outstanding bowling today from him.
Brilliant bowling from him. And Sean van Berg does have the one that goes both ways. It'll be naturally the one will be going away from the into the left-hander, and that is a beauty to start off with. That's the one that just drifts on with the arm and goes away from the left-hander when he could have been expecting it to come into him. That's a beauty, absolute beauty from Sean van Berg.
Top stuff here from Sean van Berg.
Are they going to go through with two? No, they're not. And just as well they didn't. That would have been out. Certainly, even with the pace of Mikael Prince between the wickets, and he is mightily quick between the wickets, that would certainly have not been intelligent cricket. Oh, beautiful dip from Van Berg. Are they going to take two this time? They are, and they'll make it easily. Oh, if that's a direct hit.
It is a direct hit.
Dennis Smith, umpire Dennis Smith, there being called upon to make a decision. And the fielder in the deep there, who is that?
Just have a look at this replay, James. Here we go. Have a replay.
Having a look at this as it comes in. And Dennis Smith having a look at it. And that's come in from a viewer Ngwajima, but he's safe. He certainly is safe. Good decision from the umpire. Well, we would expect nothing less. That's just past the man diving at backward point, goes down to the boundary to Imran Manak for just the single. And so that was a better over from Van Berg, just the 5 off it, 60 without loss after 7. And it was about this time that Van Berg and Fortuin were building their partnership. So 143 for 5, you see there after 20 over 60 without loss after 7. Batting at 8.5 and over, pretty much at the moment, are the team from the Potchefstroom, from the northwest province. Also a lovely part of the country.
Absolutely beautiful part of the country, Potchefstroom.
Potchefstroom area, yeah.
It reminds me a lot of Stellenbosch here in the Winelands.
Yeah, very much a university
student
town.
Yeah, student
absolutely. Lots of fantastic sporting facilities, and not far north of that. We'll talk a bit more about it now, as that's beautifully played. That just came off the bat so nicely from Mikael Prince. That sound that came off the bat was stunning. And it's Mahima coming in for his second spell. Van Berg going for just that 5 of his first over. Mahima replaces Adams, unsurprisingly. Replacing spin coming in for the pace of Adams. Went for 22 in his first over, did Fariska Adams. And that's very good bowling from Mahima. Yes, and just north of Potchefstroom, the area around Rustenburg, that area with the Pilansberg Game Reserve, beautiful part of the country, that national park there. That's nicely played into the leg side. I don't think they're going to come back. They are going to come back for 2. That's because of the fielding in the deep from Ngwajima. They're not able to pick up cleanly. So
just touching on that, James, in Potchefstroom, we've seen over the years a lot of international teams like the Australian cricket team come to train and use facilities there.
That's right.
Apparently the altitude is quite high up there.
It is quite high up there, not quite as high as Johannesburg, but still close to sort of 1,400 meters above sea level, which is still very high. A rarefied atmosphere, you can get really good for altitude training. A lot of athletes come out there to the facilities there from all over the world to train, as they do Stellenbosch as well, it must be said.
Absolutely.
And so some really great facilities, very well known from a hockey point of view as well. That's beautifully played down the ground. That may well go all the way. No, it's not. It's going to be cut off by the man coming around from long on. That's good work in the deep. Very good work in the deep there from the fielder down at long on, just passing it to his fielding partner at long off to get it back in. Mahima again, that's a good delivery to Prince. That's the end of the over. Just the 6 off it, 66 without loss now after 8. And another 6-run over from Mahima. And by comparison, after 8 overs, 68 for 1 it was. And this was just before they lost those 3 wickets. So you just sense now a wicket really important for the Rocks. If they get a wicket now, then this run rate achieved currently sitting at 8. It's not quite 8.7. It's about 8.25 at the moment. That run rate could come down. So wickets are very important.
Wickets are very important, and I think this game is equal level at this moment. We can't really say who's in the driver's seat at the moment.
I would say definitely advantage to the Auto Investments Dragons.
With no wicket then.
But with them having no wicket
No
down
wicket,
at
yeah.
the moment. But let's see what Sean van Berg can do about that. Good delivery from van Berg. You just sense one wicket could lead to 2, as we saw in the innings of the Rocks. But if they don't get wickets here, then I'm afraid it's not going to be a great day out at the office for the Rocks.
Absolutely. One wicket normally leads to 2 or 3, as you said. So they need to get this breakthrough, and it needs to come very soon.
Reminder, we saw 3 wickets with a score on 79 for the Rocks earlier on. And that is some good running again. In fact, a bit of hesitation. He's got it.
Oh,
Has he got him?
goodness.
Yes, he has this time. This time he can't get back in time, and that's the dangerous Ruben Herman. What a brilliant throw from Giovanni Baron. That is outstanding stuff. It was a direct hit. Yeah, I think it might have been a direct hit there. We'll have a look at it now in the replay, or it could have been deflected off the glove.
We were just talking about getting that wicket very soon.
Yeah.
I just said very soon, and then it comes exactly.
So they took the single, and then on the way back for the second, let's look at it now. Giovanni Baron picks up, throws in one motion, and it actually bounces off the legs of the wicket keeper. Bounces off the leg of the wicket keeper onto the stumps. We're going to look at it again, this time from the front on angle. As we look at it again, hopefully we can see the entire dismissal now. Just comes in and bounces off the legs of Clyde Fortuyn onto the stumps, and that is definitely out. So great work there, getting behind the ball, the wicket keeper. So it's a good lesson for you young wicket keepers. Make sure if you don't stop the ball with your gloves, you can stop it with something. And he did, and he got the luck that it bounced back onto the stumps. But that was a great pick up and throw. Otherwise, there was no way that he was going to get that wicket. And it is Ruben Herman who has to make his way back to the pavilion. And the new man at the crease is Lesibo Ngwepe. And he comes there with the loss of that wicket of Ruben Herman. So it is 67 for the loss of 1. First wicket goes down at 67. Partnership, very good partnership for the opening wicket. But it's the dangerous Ruben Herman that has to go. And we'll give you his details shortly once we have them again. With all the excitement of the wicket, we didn't see the information come up on the screen, but we can get that for you shortly. Oh, that's in the air. Is that going to be out? And it is.
Oh,
He's taken the catch.
Fantastic.
And there we go. You said it, Mabeen. 1 wicket leads to 2. And it does, in fact, almost a carbon copy of what happened in the innings of there. And it's, I think, Adrian du Toit who's taken that catch out there on the boundary. They are cock-a-hoop, are the men from the Gbets Rocks. And that is a very good catch out on the boundary. Let's hope that the men there, our cameramen, get that. And it was indeed Adrian du Toit who took that catch. Number 65 on his back. What a great catch. Running around, he just kept his eye on the ball. The Gbets Rocks are back in this game. 67 for 2.
67 for 2 indeed. This game changes very quickly, and as we see, 1 wicket go down, another wicket goes down.
So
fantastic catch there on the boundary.
So it is indeed Ngwepe who has to make way. Ruben Herman got 48 off 30 balls. It was an outstanding innings from him, a strike rate of 160 for him, which really was outstanding. And so they couldn't have wanted to get a better wicket, could they, than that one of Ruben Herman. And so that run out caused another wicket, and now it's Vian Libber who's come to the crease. And we'll get you those numbers for Vian Libber, his career numbers. I'll give those to you shortly. So Vian Libber, man in now at the crease, just looking at his career record. Get that for you in just a moment after this delivery. He played that nicely to the man at deep mid-wicket, and it's still Mikael Prince there, but just looking at Vian Libber and his numbers, debut 2012-13, 103 matches, vastly experienced, 94 innings, 1,945 runs, so he needs 55 runs to get to 2,000, top score of 102 for Northwest in 18-19. That's nicely played down the ground by Prince, just a single. So that was the end of the 8th over. It was 66 without loss. It's been a good over here from Von Berg, just the 3 so far off it. And just finishing Björn Lubber's numbers, 21.37 on average, 110 50s, and a strike rate of 129. So that is outstanding strike rate from the young man. And Giovanni Baron, the man who initiated that first run out, who was really excellent, as it's the end of the over, 70 for 2. So just 4 off that over from Von Berg, and his 2 overs have gone for 9 so far, and he's taken the 1 wicket. So complexion of the match has changed completely since the end of the last over.
We were just chatting about that, James. We said previously, from 66 for North, it's gone to 70 for 2. So 2 wickets, 4 runs. Things have changed very quickly in this game.
So it was at this time that the innings of the Rocks started to stutter. They were 79 for 1 at the end of 9, but then they were 79 for 3 at the end of 10. So it's going to be interesting to see then how this plays out. We are looking at a very, very even game at the moment, but that could change very rapidly with somebody like Vion Libber and Mikael Prince at the crease. Prince so rapid between the stumps as Mahima continues, and Von Berg picks up the first wicket for a bowler in this innings. Mahima will finish his 4 overs after this over. Nicely played out into the man on the boundary. That is that. Have you got Ngujima out there?
That's correct. Ngujima on the boundary there.
He's very quick around the boundary to prevent any thought of a second run, as it's the left-handed Libber. That's just chipped up into the leg side, and Sia Mahima's after it, but that's another potential risky run, but they managed to get through very easily for the 2. And this is where I, particularly to the left-hander, would like to see a man in at mid-wicket, the mid-wicket position. But he's not. He has to then back away to make something happen on the offside. I know it leaves your offside maybe a little bit more exposed, but maybe bring in your mid-off, maybe bring in your long off into a position inside, or you can even leave your long off out there, but take away one of the fielders on the offside and put somebody into that mid-wicket area, or give them the opportunity and really try and prevent the runs happening onto the leg side. Anyway, 74 for 2. And it is a conventional sort of field for this time in the match, but there's 2 on offer into that leg side. If he just tickles it into the leg side, and this time he hits it too well, and Ngujima comes in and fields nicely from deep mid-wicket. And is that the end of the over? No, it's still 1 to go. Clyde Fortain thinking it was perhaps the end of the over. It's been another reasonable over, just 5 runs off it, and they're just letting the scoreboard tick over here. Still need 61, sorry, not 61, it is 69 to win, are the men from the Northwest. And the Dragons just go through for another easy single, so that's 6 off that over as well, and they're dealing in 6 over, 6 and over, 4 and over at the moment. Mahima finishes his spell.
Yeah, and just looking at that, after 10 overs, it's 76 for 2. And we look at the Auto Investments Dragons versus the Gbets Rocks. We just look at the stats there. Quickly, James, look at Imran Manak. It's gone for Nord for 18 runs after these 3 overs. And then we see Sian Mahima, who's just completed his 4th over. He's gone for Nord for 27. But the the important guy, Sean van Berg, he's picked up the wickets, James.
Yeah.
Gone for 1 for 9, and he'll be continuing to slid over.
So, interesting to see how Van Berg is going to go here. And he tosses that one up, but he played with a lot of force straight out to the man on the boundary, Imran Manak, who fields that one. And they go through for a single. And it'll be to the left-hander now.
Just since, James, another wicket here.
Yeah.
And the Gbets Rocks
Thank you.
will have an extra leg and an extra arm in this game.
Or make it very interesting. You know, you just feel, they'll feel that they have got a chance here. You know, got a lot of options in the bowling department. They can really mix it up, make it difficult for new batters coming in. Sean van Berg knows this wicket so well. He's bowled in this wicket. I don't know how many overs he's bowled in this wicket. I mean, his numbers are incredibly impressive in terms of what, in terms of his career. We'll look at his career numbers shortly in terms of what he's done. But he's really does know how to bowl on this wicket. I mean, Van Berg, he's bowled 224 overs in T20 cricket. That's a lot of overs. 1,546 runs, 76 wickets, an average of 20.34, 6.89, best of 4 for 15. And the Titans played
Oh my goodness.
a big appeal, but I don't think they're going to, they'll no decision from the umpire. Did miss everything, I think. And now we're just waiting to see what the umpire signals, actually. That was... No, actually didn't signal anything, did he?
I think it missed the stumps and it missed the keeper's hands as well.
Must have hit the bat then, if he didn't signal anything. So it doesn't even get signals as a bye. Very interesting. Anyway, 79 for 2 it is in the 11th over on Berg to Libber, and that's chipped up and straight to Baron, who's in from his position at long on. Baron at long on. That sort of slips off the tongue quite nicely. And it is Van Berg now wondering what's going on with the change of gloves for that dive from Mikael Prince. He's been doing a lot of diving, certainly. He may be hoping that he's going to be featuring on the Puma Dive advert soon.
Definitely, James. After that winded effort earlier.
Yeah, I know. That was definitely that was really a incredible effort from him. I mean, he's been so quick between the wickets. Him and Ruben Herman in that opening partnership, running was absolutely outstanding. They really upped the ante there with their running. That's a good delivery again.
More importantly, James, they set up the innings really nicely here.
They did,
but Mikael Prince needs to continue this. And hopefully finish the job for them as well. Get them home.
So 80 for 2 after 11, and it really is nip and tuck. 82 for 4 with a team from Paul here, the Gbets Rocks, after their 11th over. So there is nothing in it, absolutely nothing in it. The 2 wickets in it maybe will make the difference, but you know, at this stage, difficult to see. Anyway, well, on debut, here it is. Giovanni Baron's going to be bowling, and it's his debut for the Rocks in T20 cricket. And the Giovanni Baron fan club, you can hear them in the background. And it's great for this young man to get the opportunity here to bowl on the stage here, and hoping that he will be able to have much...
Very popular guy.
Yeah, very popular, and hopefully much success for the young man, coming in at a time where his team need him to take wickets. So let's see if he can. That's nicely played down the ground by Libber, and they're going to come back for 2, are they? Yes, they are, because there's a stumble in the field, and Prince is so quick between the wickets. That should never have been 2.
Should never have been 2, but he's just shown his class all the time, James.
Yeah,
really runs hard between the wickets,
absolutely,
and his
absolutely
communication skills are quite good as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Really brilliant stuff from the young man. They're calling well. He's taking the runs, taking on the fielders, and the fielders are, in fact, that's a beautiful shot down the ground, but they'll come back for another 2. as nicely played by Libba down the ground. He's been playing nicely as well since he's come in, and he's got 12 off 10 now, but he's got no boundaries. So fascinating stuff here is that Prince is on 23 of 27, no boundaries. Libba now 12 off 10, no boundaries. So it shows you how many twos they've been running.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And Mikhail Prince, he has to be the key in this innings here. He needs to bat through.
Yeah, he does, and he's
More
again
good running
gonna
here.
go for
More
two.
good running, James.
Outstanding running. He may have been in trouble if that had been direct, but not able to affect that run out. And that is fielder out there in the deep. I'm just trying to say, and that's Aya Kamani actually. I think that's, is it number 7 or is it? I'm just trying to see who's actually out there in the deep, because it's not Aviwa Ngajima. I think Ngajima might be at long on. Yeah, Mujima's at long on, so that may well be Aya Kamani out there. That's he's taken on the short ball, and that's Keegan
4
Peterson's
runs.
going to give up for that one. That's 4 runs. So Giovanni Baron, unfortunately, not having the greatest of times. The first boundary between these two in their partnership, and this is just swelled now to 23. This over's already gone for 10 with still 2 balls to be bowled.
Another great strike there by Vian Libba, and he gets that much needed boundary, James.
He does indeed, and now he's getting closer to the strike rate that we're expecting from him. He's on now 133 strike rate, so really looking more like the Vian Libba we know.
The old.
Yeah.
It's the Vian Libba of load. I think the vintage Vian Libba.
There we go.
And we all known, accustomed to over the years.
Yeah, we know and love so much. Very good player.
Very
Vian
good
Libba.
player.
And he's really a mainstay of this team. Has captained them as well, and they're going to be looking for another 2 here, and they're going to get it easily. This is what I mean, is they're giving away 2 every time that ball goes into the leg side. Clyde Fortuyn's got to do something about that.
It's just become a little too easy for them.
It has, way too easy to get 2, and you know, although you can see they're both kneeling down there, they're both feeling the effects of the running between the wickets. It's putting their team into a really strong position.
I was about to say, as long as the runs keep ticking,
Yeah.
they're going to have no other issues further.
Well, they're not, and their runs are ticking. This over's gone for 12 already, not the greatest debut over for... He's got a wicket in his debut over, and just as I'm saying, it's not the greatest debut over. He goes and takes a wicket, Giovanni Baron, in his first over at representative level in T20 cricket.
Well done, young man, Giovanni Baron. His first wicket, fantastic stuff, young man. And he picks up the ever-talented Vian Libba. Unfortunately, James, he has to go for 20 runs of 13 balls. And the current score is now 92 for 3 after 11.5 overs, James. And we still have a game on here.
We do certainly have a game on. In fact, that is the end of the over from Giovanni Baron, and he does pick up the wicket. And I think the man who took that catch was Adrian
Fariska.
Dutoy once again, was it? Or was it
Fariska.
Fariska Adams
Fariska, yeah.
that took the catch? So we're going to have a look at that now. Good catch here. Just have a look at this, and just takes it really low. Yeah, Fariska Adams taking that catch really low down. What an outstanding catch. And you can just see the smile on the face of Fariska Adams there when he took that catch, knowing that he'd been able to deliver a wicket for Giovanni Baron in his first over in representative cricket here at this level, at T20 level. How fantastic is that?
That was really fantastic. It's a really proud moment for the young man.
Absolutely right.
I'm sure his parents will be over the moon.
They will. His fan club were going crazy here to the right of us. You might have heard the cheers, and so they should be cheering. As
I want to say to you, James, he's quite a popular man here in Poland.
Most definitely. Most definitely. So he's the Baron of Boerland. Most definitely.
Definitely.
So good to hear that. It's fantastic to have the crowd in supporting the event here today, and there are quite a few people in the boxes here to our right hand side. Those are the ones you would have heard making the noise when that wicket was taken, as it's going to be Sean von Berg who's going to be finishing his overs. He's so far bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13, so it's been good from the Proteus spinner. Sia Mahima, I think, has already finished his spell, and Prince will be on strike. He's going over the top. Is that out? No, it's gone. Oh, it's a great shot.
Great
It's
shot.
only gone for 4. Thought that might have carried the boundary. But Mikael Prince played that absolutely stunningly. In fact, is that it is Prince? Yes, he's really played that very, very well.
Mikael Prince giving himself some room there, going over the top. And
Right,
fantastic
yeah.
shot in the gap there as well. 4 runs.
Reina Fantonda has joined him now. The wicket falling off that last delivery, and it'll be Fantonda who will go on strike now for this.
Just James, I need to ask you a very important
Yes.
question. You know, there's 7.4 overs remaining, 47 runs. Who do you feel at this stage is in the driver's seat here? It seems, in my opinion, to be very, very close and very equal here at this stage.
Well, I think a couple of more wickets could make it very interesting. At the moment, I'd still say it's advantage to the Auto Investments Dragons. Gbets Rocks perhaps still chasing the game, but it just takes 1 or 2 tight overs, couple of wickets.
Couple of
you
wickets,
know,
yeah,
I
there
mean,
we go.
that can easily make a difference. And that 3rd wicket that's gone down, you've got a new batter at the crease, so you know it could make a difference.
Oh, cracking delivery there by Sean van Berg.
Very good delivery.
Just touching on that as well, I feel that Mikael Prince, who's at the moment the crease on 28 of 29, he will be the key for the Auto Investment Dragons if they are to win this game today.
He certainly will be. I think he will want to bat through, tall wicket keeper. He'll want to make sure that he can be there until the end. If he's there until the end, then the Dragons will definitely win this match. He's looking like he wants to be a bit more forceful in that over, just hitting his first boundary. It almost seems hard to believe that 28 of 29 deliveries with only 1 boundary. And that just shows you how many 2s he's been taking, 2s and singles. Not letting the Rocks get away with dot balls. That's going to be cut off by Baron on the boundary, but not before they get back for yet another 2. Seem to have been using my words for the abominable snowman quite a lot today. Yet another 2. It's a terrible joke. Don't worry about that one.
So we've seen a lot of 2s, and James, importantly, it's 100 runs up for now for the Auto Investment Dragons. It's 100 for 3.
And that coming after exactly 13 overs. So 13 overs, 100 for 2. The final over from that was from Sean von Berg, and that one going for 8 runs. So von Berg in his 4 overs going for 21. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. So good return from the leg spinner. And it's 100 for 3. And that is after 12.6 overs or 13 overs. And the change of bowling from the... It is Adrian Dutoy. From the old stables end, a left arm spinner. Because we now have 2 right-handers at the crease. So we've got the left arm spin of Adrian Dutoy. Not too surprised by this. He has been used effectively in these overs before, as we're going to have a look at the career records for Reinhard van Tonda. 45 matches, 40 innings. We'll go through it now. Oh, he edges that straight down to Sia Mahima, who gets behind it nicely and just tosses it back to the wicket keeper. 45 matches, 40 innings, debut 2017-18, 959 runs, so he needs 41 runs to get to his 1,000 runs. 81 not out, his highest score for the Knights versus the Warriors in that's a good shot, just played straight back to the bowler. He seemed to be getting nicely behind in Durban in 2021, and it averaged 27.4, 250s for him so far, strikeout of 112, and that's to wide of the man at long off, and they'll only go through for a single. And who's that fielding down there in the deep? I think that is so that is number 4. That's Amani. Just straight That's very good fielding there from Christian Jonker. Came off the bat beautifully, didn't it? But he didn't pierce the gap between Jonker and Mahima. He had two fielders at this backward position. You've got a third and you've got a man at backward point inside the ring. And that's once again to Jonker, and he saves what would have been certainly two, as he just saves the single diving to his right. Puts in another dive there. And that's a good over. Just the 3 runs off it from Adrian du Toit's first over. His captain will be very happy with that. So they need 41 now off 6 overs. So that's about 7 and over. They've achieved more than the run rate so far.
Yeah, just looking at that required runs, 41 runs needed for victory here, James. Still 7 overs to go. Or 6, sorry, rather 6 now.
6 now, yeah. So
And it's still a game on here, but I still feel that Mikael Prince, on 31 or 32 deliveries, he is the key for this innings, and he needs to take the auto investment Dragons home here at this stage.
He does indeed, and now it will be Christian Jonker who's going to be bowling. He takes the pace off the ball as well, so that's an effective ploy here. He bowls what we would call sort of the old New Zealand, you might remember the New Zealander Chris Harris.
Absolutely.
Okay? He bowled what they call dibbly dobblers or whatever. So going to probably be bowling those. Gentle medium pace, but normally accurate. You hit, you miss, I hit. So let's have a look what Christian Jonker can do. That is outside the off. So beautifully played though into the gap, and that is a stunning shot from Reynard van Tonder. That's his first boundary, but that was beautifully played. He was given a little bit of width, and he used it to great effect. And yeah, stunning shot.
Reynard van Tonder has too much class to miss out there.
He does indeed.
And that was wide, short and punished there. 4 runs. Excellent shot by Van Tonder.
So just apologies there. You see it says Sean van Berg. It isn't Sean van Berg. It is actually
Christian Jonker.
Christian Jonker. They maybe look slightly similar. That one is definitely a you miss, I hit type of delivery, and goes down in the deep to Ayad Kamani, number 14 on his back.
Just very surprised, James, that Aviva Ngajima has not been used so far today. So that's normally someone that's been used in the past. Surprised he hasn't been given the ball yet already, Aviva Ngajima, James.
Yeah, I think maybe the reason because he has he's bowling at the moment. He is bowling. He bowls off spin, so you've got 2 right-handers at the crease. Probably not wanting to use him from that aspect. That's in the air, but it's going to bounce safe in front of the man there down at backward point, the backward square. Sorry, that is Aviwe Ngajima.
Just chatting about him now, and he comes around, he saves that boundary there. Just 1 run conceded. And Mikael Prince goes to 31 runs of 32 balls so far.
Jonker, you want to pitch it up a little bit more? Give it. And that one again outside the off stump. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. My goodness, I thought that one was squarer than it was. It beats the man at backward point. And this certainly has not worked for Clyde Fortuin. Clyde Fortuin's got the old teapot out there. You see that? That's a very good shot. Yeah.
It was short, it was wide and punished. And Reynard van Tonder will not miss out on those type of deliveries.
And won't. He's just 41 runs away from those 1,000 runs in this level of cricket, and that's a wide. Trying to go wider still, and you just don't understand. He's got the field set for him to attack the stumps. He's got all the fielders out on the leg side that he could possibly want, and he's been bowling it way too far outside the off stump.
It's been a very
That's much better from Christian Jonker.
I have to feel that this is a very expensive over, James.
It is very expensive.
11 runs so far conceded and still 1 ball to come. And at this stage in the game, you need someone to really pick up a wicket here.
Yeah.
And sort of take the game away from the Dragons, but doesn't seem that way.
No, he's still got 1 delivery left in this over. It's already gone for 12. That is an appeal for leg before wicket, but that is just really to, I think, sort of try and exercise the lungs a bit more than anything else. That one had no opportunity of succeeding. So, hit him outside the line of the off stump. Jonker goes for 12 in his first over, and that's not at all what his captain wanted.
And that's obviously the end of the over. And after 15 overs, The current score is 115 for 3.
So 29 needed for a win, and it certainly looks as if the auto investments Dragons are going to get over the line here. You just sense that last over, when the previous over had gone for 3 from Dutoy, and Dutoy's in again to Fantonda, and that'll just be the single this time. Adams is chasing it from his position at extra cover, and just through for the single. Prince 32 off 34 balls. Been a very good innings from Mikael Prince. He was brilliantly supported by Ruben Herman. Herman, 48 off 30, was really the catalyst to get this innings going up front. 4 4s and 1 6 for him. But the running between the wickets has been outstanding. That's very good work from Sia Mahima.
Oh, the big man!
My word, Sia Mahima gets a huge cheer from the crowd here as he dives off to his right. And that is very much, you were talking about Raheem Cornwall earlier on of the West Indies. And that was a similar piece of fielding to have seen him do a few times. Certainly has a very safe pair of hands, does Raheem Cornwall.
Definitely, but that was good. That was a great effort from the big man there.
It was fantastic.
Sia Mahima, showing that he can also do the business, James.
He most certainly can do the business, and you'd expect that from every professional cricketer. As we will take a bit of a look maybe at the end of this over at what may be happening around the rest of the grounds, just to see what that outcome might be in the race for the top position here. And one of those matches is the the Dolphins versus the Warriors. We'll give you that now. That's nicely played again into the offside. So Daffodil Warriors 130 for 8, and the Dolphins are currently 74 for 3 after 12. So that game evenly poised there. Still needing another 56, now 52 now, of 8 overs. So 7 and over. As it's again played well by Prince down the ground. And looking at the match between Titans and Western Province for that last semi-final place, Titans are bossing this one easily, 84 for 2 after 10.4 overs. They need 30 to win off 9.2 overs. And it's just come through that the Lions have beaten the Tuskers by 7 wickets. So that means the Lions will stay in top spot. In fact, it would have meant the Warriors would have needed a bonus point win against the Dolphins, and that is not going to happen.
Yeah, just looking at the scorecards there. Thanks for that, James. You see that after 16 overs, it's 121 for 3. And the auto investment Dragons require another 23 runs here for 4 overs, James.
So their opportunity for a bonus point is gone. They're not going to be able to overtake Western Province into that 5th spot, but certainly looking like the Titans are going to fill that last spot in the knockout phases of the tournament as Manak's into bowl. And that's nicely reverse swept straight to Von Berg at short at 3rd. It's going to be Manak's last over. And that's pulled but straight to Adams at mid-wicket.
Oh, it's a bit of a wide there. It's gone down the leg. Umpire calling wide there. Malak not really happy with that.
No, it goes down the leg side. You're going to expect to be called wide, aren't you? You have to expect umpire Gaza. Seems very unhappy with that.
He's giving the umpire a stare there.
He certainly is giving him a stare. Giving the one-arm teapot and the stare at the same time. Certainly is. He wasn't happy with that at all. I think he's also just saying, look, I'm a head taller than you as well. And that's coming in now. Good fielding from Ngajima at deep backward square. Ultimately, umpire's not going to change his decision, so standing there staring at him, maybe not going to help you that much. Maybe it just helps the way you feel about yourself, but it certainly isn't going to impact the umpire at all. That's good delivery from Manak. And it's not surprising that he's been very economical, throughout the tournament. So far, in fact, all he's conceded off this over has been the wide, and then just the wide and the single. So he's
I
just
think the
got
important thing, James,
two
he's
deliveries left.
He's been quite consistent in his
He has.
performances.
Yeah.
Just unlucky he hasn't really got a wicket yet today.
No, but I mean, he's going to be bowling potentially unless he gets taken completely out of the ground for the last two deliveries, which I didn't see happening. Now just threw for a single here. So what they've done better now, which in fact they should have been doing right from the beginning, is that every single fielder on the leg side is probably 15 metres in from the boundary, and they're not going all the way to the boundary. They're walking in. So when they were facing up earlier on, the fielders were actually right out on the boundary. Now they're not. So now they're cutting down those twos into singles, but it's too late now. You know, so
Essentially, you should have dried up the runs earlier.
yeah, they could have dried up the twos a lot earlier by just bringing the fielders in. You know, the big shots were not necessarily being played. We've only seen 1-6 in this entire innings. I mean, you compare that to the innings of the Rocks when we actually saw 7 sixes being hit. It's not been hard hitting. Once Ruben Herman was out, then there was no more of the really big hitting over the top. It was more that they were running between the wickets exceptionally well. That Libba and Prince partnership very much running between the wickets, and he finishes well as Imran Manak. So it's 124 for 3, just 3 off that over, which finishes his spell. 0 for
21.
0 for 21, is it? Yep, and that is outstanding bowling from him. 4 overs, 0 for 21, and we saw that previously. Sia Mahima 4 overs, 0 for 27. Sean van Berg 4 overs, 1 for 21. So you look at it from that aspect and you think, okay, you know, he's only gone for what's that? He's gone for 5.25 and over. So once again, he's been very economical.
Very economical.
And it's not him, and you know the runs have been coming off bowlers like Baron, Yonker, and Adams have conceded, between them have conceded 46 runs in 3 overs. The pacers, not the spinners. The spinners have not been going for the runs. Even Du Toit has been exceptionally economical, just going at 4.5 runs to the over. And you know, it's hard to see the logic. In fact, even by, I mean, I understand he would have wanted to give Giovanni Baron an over because it is his debut. Otherwise, he would have got the TFC award. You know,
I think that Christian Yonker was a bit of a. That was an
interesting one. Although Yonker having, you know, maybe taking the pace off the ball, you can perhaps understand that. But he didn't bowl wicket to wicket, which is what he should have been doing.
As I said on commentary that time, I thought Aviva Mngumjima could have been maybe perhaps used.
Yeah.
He's someone who's effective and could have at least started up the road of runs.
Absolutely, seeing what Manak did in his last over. So, and that he's trying to go for the big shot, you see, but it's not that easy off the spinner. You know,
it looked like he's hurt himself again, yeah.
Maybe he hit himself on the foot or something.
Oh,
that is nasty.
That is nasty. But just to come back to the point, James, I think, as you've spoken about the singles and the twos, I think what they've really done well today is rotate the strike all the time.
They have.
Run between the wickets, the communication's been good,
Yeah.
and they've kept the bowlers all the time on their toes.
See, what's interesting now is that now there are 16 deliveries left. There's 19 runs to get. Now, if this is a good over, and you're left with 19 off 2 or 18 off 2, then it starts to become a little bit more interesting.
Then it's still game on.
Then it's still game on. They have to then go for it a bit in that second last over. And then who's going to bowl that over? You know, you've got to think about that because you've really bowled most of your spinners. That's not going to go past Keegan Peterson on the boundary, and he hit it so well, they're going to come through for 1. So the scenario here is starting to look like it's whoever holds their nerve here now.
And I think we've all known this, that the cheap rocks spin has always been their strength.
Absolutely right. It is their strength. So let's not be surprised. That's a dot. I mean, they can go for it in this next over, but if you go for it, there's always the risk, particularly if you're playing against the spin, that you're going to knock that ball up into the air. And that is a wide, unfortunate there. Tried to push that one through a little bit quicker. maybe a bit wider, trying to get the outside edge.
Sorry, back on it.
Yeah, so they're going to come through for 2 here and they'll get it easily. That is good running between them, between the two of them. But playing against the spin, you just sense something maybe 15 needed, 13 balls. It should be easy. But having said it should be easy, when you get down to the 18th and 19th over, they want to finish it here, and he misses it completely.
Oh,
as Reynard van Tonder. And so it's the end of Du Toit's 3rd over. He's only gone for 14. That over only goes for 5. So now we're talking 2 overs left, and they need 15 to win. So a good over now from the Rocks, and you start looking at maybe 10, 11, 12 off the last over.
as I said, I go back to the Christian Jonker over. I think that over was really unnecessary at that stage. It could cost him the game at this time, because 15 runs could have easily been 30 runs or 25 to defend the last 2 overs.
And you've now got a conference taking place in the middle of the field to say, okay, what are we going to do now? I mean, you're 100% right. Christian Jonker over was a dangerous one, 12 off that over. If that had gone for 5, then you're talking 20 to win of 12 balls. Then you're saying, okay, this is now the scenario. They need 15 off 2 overs, and we wouldn't have felt it was going to get this way. The win predictor was certainly, from my point of view, looking very seriously at the Auto Investments Dragons. So,
but it has been a tight game. It hasn't been a one-way sort of where it's just gone dominant in all sides. I think the Gbets already showed some good fight here to come back.
They have indeed. So, we shall see what is going to happen. Meantime, we just look at the situation in terms of what's happened at the top of the log. It looks like the Titans are going to finish 4th, and the Lions are going to be the ones that are going to be ending the tournament in top position. Hollywood Bets Dolphins also heading for victory against the Warriors, so it's likely that they are going to finish 2nd on the log and have a home semi-final against the team that they're playing against at the moment. And it's Fariska Adams coming on with 2 overs to go, and he's put that was in the air. That may be caught. There's a man underneath it. He takes the catch.
Oh my goodness!
And now that is very interesting. And that is who's that? That's Mikael Prince. It is that's gone, is it? Or is it Reynard van Tonder?
It is. It's Mikael Prince.
So Prince is the man that is out, and that is a huge wicket. Huge wicket. And so Fariska Adams comes back on, the Iceman. He's got ice in his veins, that man.
James King, are we in for more drama here in Boland?
We could well be in for
Mikael
drama
Prince has to go for 37 runs or 43 balls. And Fariska Adams, who's just come back into the attack, picks up the important wicket. Our score is 129 for 4. And the captain, Mutasami, is at the crease now.
Yeah, so Senaran Mutasami comes to the crease. So Sen, as everybody calls him, he comes to the crease now, and he's going to be with Reynard van Tonder, and Van Tonder at the moment 20 off 20. A runner ball though is not going to do it from here. That was a very good catch, I think, taken in the deep by Aya Amani. Let's have a look at that again. So just take us through this. And it is Aya Amani who's, was it? No, it was Aviwa Mgijima who took the catch, sorry. Apologies, Mgijima taking an excellent catch. It's Amani is the one who was celebrating, the man in the floppy hat. But it was in fact Mgijima who took the catch. Thank you for that, Mobeen. But just going for it, almost. And he had to, really. He wanted to get a boundary off the first ball of the over, but he perished in the pursuit of that.
Yeah, so this game is relatively poised now. 15 runs, 11 balls, James. It's all to play for. Lots of action still to happen. Can we see another twist in this tail?
We could easily see a twist in the tail. My word, it's been outstanding stuff. It's been very, very interesting what we've seen so far here.
Whenever we come to board.
Whenever we're commentating together, we seem to have these interesting results. But just to give you an idea of the potential scenarios that we're seeing here in the other games. So the DP World Lions, having won that match there, are now very much that they will finish on top of the log. That's another good delivery to the left-handed Mutasami. They're not going to get two there though, just a single. So it's all happening here. 14 to win, 10 balls left. So this is going down to the last over, you feel, unless something's going to happen in this over.
Definitely. And Reinhard van Tonden is on strike here, James. He's
Yeah.
the important guy now who has to take them out.
He is very important indeed. So
20 runs of 20 balls here. He has to play a gem of innings here now.
He does have to play a really good innings now. He needs a boundary now. In this over, they need a boundary. What's Adams going to do? That's a very good ball. That's not going to go down to the boundary. It's very well fielded by Kamani in the deep. They'll get through for two though. So 9 balls, 12 runs.
Just on the part of the auto investment dragons, I think we just need to see cool, calm heads here.
Yeah.
They do not need to panic at this stage.
No.
For the Gbets rocks, it's just about applying pressure, keeping the pressure all the time.
There's certainly isn't any need to panic. They can get these 12 runs. It's say a case of 6 twos, 3 boundaries, 2 sixes, but he's bowling well at the moment. That is not going to be caught, I don't think. Is it? No, Mgujima's going to stop it, and he does. Yes, very good work in the deep by Mgujima, but they get through for 3. 9 to win off 8 deliveries.
That's a bit of a
Yeah.
relief in pressure there, I'd say, James.
Very much so. Pressure release for this Dragons team. Adams needs to go for 2 dot balls now.
Not even 2 balls, a wicket here, and that changes the
There
whole
we go.
complexity
It
of the
does,
game.
Definitely, wicket changes the whole complexion of the game. That's for sure. Just wondering, he's thinking now, what am I going to do? Should I not change the field? He's saying. He says no. Keegan Peterson says I don't think so. Or he's saying, perhaps he's saying to him, look, what are you putting on the chicken burger tonight at home?
James, I think we need to see another Yorker here from
I think
Forrest
you're right.
Adams.
I think
That
we do.
Yorker with delivery in the block hole from this in.
Yeah.
The Klein Hieber in has been so effective. I think
Yeah,
Varesco needs to pull out
definitely.
2 Yorkers here.
I'd love to know what he asked Keegan Peterson there. But anyway, it's Varesco Adams. And that is in the block hole, but that is not a catch, it's just 1. They're coming back for 2. It's going to go to the keeper's end, is it? And if it had hit, he was gone. And it obviously was very close, judging by the reaction from Clyde Fontaine. There are hands on head all over. Keegan Peterson, Clyde Fontaine, it's 7 to win off 7. And this has been the sort of over they've been looking for, 8 off the over. Although they did lose a wicket off the first ball. My word, it's all happening.
It's all happening here, James. And still 1 delivery to go. Still 1 delivery. What can Varesco Adams
Don't know now
come up here with?
He obviously didn't like the advice he got from Keegan Peterson, because now he's asking Christian Jonker. No, now he's going to consult with Keegan Peterson as well. You know, he's going to say to Keegan, he's going to say, Keegan, look what you told me last ball. I didn't think it was such a good answer. So I've just asked Christian. He doesn't agree.
As you see there, we have a bit of a meeting in the field there with
Yeah.
Keegan Peterson, Christian Jonker. I still say, Varesco Adams, bowl us a Yorker here. Aim for that stumps. You've got nothing to lose, young man.
What is the Iceman going to do? Just have a sense it is going to be Adrian du Toit who's going to be given the last over to bowl. That could be very interesting. But he has to make sure he does not concede a boundary here. Cannot concede a boundary.
Oh,
That is a great shot. It's not going to go all the way. Peterson running around, going to keep it down to 2. But it does mean that they only got 5 to. They've got to defend 5 in the last over, and that just. I seriously don't think that's going to be possible.
5 runs will be too little to defend at this stage. Had it maybe been 10 or 12 runs, then perhaps.
Yeah.
I still go back to that Varesco Adams over and Christian over. That 2 overs really changed the game of this innings.
Yeah, it did. I agree with you. The first Adams over, it went for 22.
Oh, it was horrible.
It was a brutal over, and that was the one that he was taken in the 6th over of the innings when Ruben Herman took him apart completely.
Absolutely. And I think
22.
just to bring on Jonker at that stage, I think was a bit of a, I don't want to say captaincy blunder, but
Yeah.
could have been in hindsight.
I was surprised that they actually brought Adams back into the attack, even now. with the fact that we know that spin has been incredibly effective, and even perhaps the option of Aviwa Ngajima.
Well, speaking about spin, we have the final over.
Adrian de Toy.
Adrian de Toy, you'll be bowling spin, James. Are we in for more drama here?
The man who made his debut this season for the Rocks, and we could be in for more drama, but they just need to knock the ball around, don't they? I mean, I'd be saying, okay, they're having another conference. Do you bring the fielders in? I would definitely bring somebody in at mid wicket. Whether they can, or maybe even bring your square leg in. Unlikely that he's going to loft him square over the square leg boundary. You know, and more likely he's going to loft him towards the deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
I would bring the square leg in, maybe even to a forward square position, just to try and cut off the fact that they're going to get going to get 2 into the leg side, because they get 2 off the first ball, or a boundary obviously is a boundary, but if they get 2 off the first ball, you sense the game's gone already.
Let's see what the Toy does here.
That's nicely played into the offside, but they're not going to get 2 there. That's very good fielding in the deep. Komani, there it is, on that boundary there. And that's 1 of the 5. They need 4 to win off 5 balls. A wicket now would make it very interesting.
Would make it very interesting indeed, but the captain is there, Mutasami. He's on strike. And I think you'll just be looking, James, you're looking for that boundary now.
We will be looking for that boundary, definitely. So that we know now that the Dragons not getting the bonus point means they will finish. If they get over the line here, they will in fact finish in 6th position on the log. If they don't, then the Rocks will potentially leapfrog them into 6th. But it's all down to the last 4 balls. You couldn't have asked for a better final few overs of the season, isn't it? These 2 teams in their last over of the season, it's gone down to this. It's in the air, and it's not going to get to the man in the deep. Imran Manak is in and tosses that one in, and fielded by Clyde Fortain. So we still need 3 runs to win, 4 balls left.
I still say this, James, but I think had they had more runs to defend here, it could have been a different game here.
Well, 160, I think they would have won the game.
Definitely, James, definitely.
So. That's played beautifully. But again, Komani's going to do the fielding. Oh no, he knocks it on. And that would have only been a single, but they come back for 2. The pressure telling there. Now they need just the 1 to win. Bring everybody in. There's no need in keeping people out now, and they do that. I would have maybe you couldn't do that earlier because of the needing to protect that offside boundary. The ball is turning away from the right hander. So I would have brought the leg side field in a bit more earlier on.
So many ifs and buts here, James, unfortunately.
But you know what? You know, I'm not out there. They make the decisions. It's not to me. We're just sort of looking at it. Oh, they're not going to take an extra. So 2 balls left, 1 run needed. My word. Are we in for a super over? I don't think so.
Oh gosh.
But going for it, he could make a mistake here. They'll run. At some stage they'll run whatever happens. And that's it. That's the game. He's hit that one over the boundary. I think that's gone for 6. It has indeed. He connects beautifully with that, does Reynald Fantondos off the second last ball. The Dragons get over the line. They haven't got the bonus point though. It means they don't overtake Western Province. And it is going to be the Dragons, the Auto Investments Dragons. They have won this match here by 6 wickets off the second last ball of the match. It's really been an entertaining game. We've been royally entertained. We hope that you have also been entertained here with commentary, and a really good match to finish off the season for both of these teams. You feel the Dragons deserved that win. Their batting up front was really outstanding. Bowling was really good in the middle. They pulled it back from a very difficult start. And Mubin, just your final thoughts on the match today.
Yeah, just to touch on that, it was a great shot there by Fantona to end the game in style. Great 6 there, over the top. Yes, unfortunately, the Gbets Rocks could not end their season on a high here at home. We have seen a great entertaining game here today. Unfortunately, the Auto Investment Dragons win here by 6 wickets. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it today here with James King. And we've seen some really good cricket over the summer as well in the Western Cape region.
It has been an absolute privilege to be here with you today, Mobeen, and really brilliant to be able to bring to you this match between the Gbets Rocks and the Auto Investments Dragons. And it has been the Dragons that have come out on top by 6 wickets, going down to the second last ball of the innings, and really has been wonderful to be with you right from the beginning of the season, the 50 over, the one-day cup, which we did broadcast to you on YouTube right through the 4-day season, and now incredible SA20 that we had, and now finishing it off with this, the last game of the season for both of these two teams, finishing 6th and 7th on the log as far as we're aware, because they would have needed the bonus point, the Dragons, to get past Western Province. So finishing 6th and 7th on the log really was a very, very good and entertaining contest today here to finish off the season in the beautiful Buildup Park. I'm sure the crowd have all had a wonderful time out here. Debut for Giovanni Baron, which he took a wicket, so well done to him, young man, and well-deserved victory from the Auto Investments Dragons. And the Gbets Rocks ended their season on defeat, but maintaining their position in Division 1, and next year or next season is another season. Next season we'll see both of these teams back in action and in competition. We look forward to an outstanding season of cricket then. We're moving into the off-season now, but there's plenty of cricket to look forward to in the off-season. Of course, the T20 Cricket World Cup happening from the 1st of June in the United States and in the Caribbean, and that is everything to play for there for South Africa in that competition, hoping that they're going to be able to go all the way there. And we see Caleb Seleka was having a chat there with the team physio, and photographs I think all around for the teams here, and just having chat after the between both of the teams. So really has been a wonderful day. We look forward to that. We look forward to the finish of the IPL happening out in India at the moment. 15 South Africans, in fact a few more than that now, have been caught up. 17 South Africans I think involved in that competition, and so plenty of cricket all around the world for us to enjoy. And we'll be back with you for the new season when it gets underway. We're not quite sure what tournaments will start the season there, but that probably towards September time. We'll be back with you again on the airwaves on YouTube, and we look forward to being back with you then for the last time here from the Western Cape, from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and from Mobeen Mohammed. It's goodbye.